Good day. Good afternoon. I would like to welcome all members and guests to the March 11th, 2025 Council and Committee meeting. I will remind everyone that our meetings are web streamed and televised. Please ensure that your phones are on the silent mode. For those attending virtually, please mute yourself when not speaking. When called upon to speak, please turn on your camera and unmute yourself. For the staff in attendance, please use Microsoft Teams. Raise your hand feature to be called upon and remove it after speaking. With that, I will call the March 11th, 2025 Council and Committee meeting to order. It would appear that all members of Council, with the exception of Councillor Huffman, are absent, and Councillor Duthie, I believe, is virtual. Okay. Is he on there? Okay. Are there any pecuniary interests? Duthie? Councillor Duthie?
Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, I will declare pecuniary interest related to item 5.2, which is a deputation from Krista Timmermans, as my employer has in the past had some financial gain from this event that's being discussed.
Thank you. Clerk will note that. Okay, first off, committee has the agenda before them. We have 5 changes to the agenda today. First, to add in a late closed session item. The next are 3 deputations. Krista Timmermans regarding the Norfolk Pro Rodeo, Drew Hemsley regarding the Draft Master Recreation Plan, and Ike Keesmat regarding the Draft Master Recreation Plan. Finally, to move to the staff report from Health and Social Services to immediately following the Environmental and Infrastructure Services Division reports. So I need a 2/3 motion for changes to the agenda. Moved by Councillor Columbus, seconded by Councillor Vanden Riche. All those in favor? That is carried. The second is to approve the agenda. I have a mover for that, Councillor Michelli, seconded by Mayor Martin. All those in favor? That is carried. We have no early closed session. We have 4 consent items today. Councillor Van Passen would like to pull consent item 4.3 for discussion. Before discussing the pulled item, let's approve the others. May I have a motion to approve consent items 4.1, 4.2, and 4.4 as presented? Moved by Councillor Very, seconded by Councillor Vanden Riche. All those in favor? That is carried. Councillor Van Passen, you can go ahead.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure if I should have pulled this or brought this up under other business, but I'd like to get a staff report, give us an update on the status of the interurban water supply. And I figure with all this information, it's a good time to ask for that. Now, I understand, I think that's already in the works to come up in the next month or so, but I want to get some comments from staff on that.
Okay, Andrew, you are
Yeah, sure.
now both? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so if we want to talk about the report specifics, I can pass that over to Mr. Lambert. He can walk through the service monitoring report. Just in response to Councillor Van Passen's question, yes, we are working on a interurban water supply project update. We did commit earlier that we would bring something back in the spring of this year once we had any more information about funding opportunities and determining what our next steps may be. So EIS staff are working with finance staff, and we hope to have that report here in April or May. But if you want to walk through on the report specifically in front of you today, Mr. Lambert's happy to do so.
Well, I'd be happy to move the acceptance of the report as presented, but that was my only question to bring up the other half of the problem.
Mayor Martin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to staff, I actually was hoping for some comments on the record today, not about the report in full, but specifically about Simcoe. If we could share that, I think there's some important messaging in there with some interesting timelines and capacity levels. So could I turn that over to Darnell for comment?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the question on the table, which was regard to the Simcoe water system. I would imagine that's the one you're speaking of. Certainly, if we just delve into that one, it's mentioned within the report that we certainly have capacity available today and into the near future for meeting that supply that we see forthcoming from demand. But of course, there is round about 2031, we do need to start planning for some additional capacity. And while the interurban water supply does bring us a different source of water, it doesn't bring additional capacity. So by the time we're looking out to 2035 or 36, we may need to look at drawing more capacity from that feed if the interurban water supply remains that source from which we would draw.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So further to that, if not, I'm sure we'll get that information in an upcoming pending report, but Simcoe, is it fair to say Simcoe would be prioritized as the next facility from a water treatment plant that would receive upgrades if interurban water does not go ahead as a standalone facility?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the question, I think we would have to address that through the report coming forward in April. If there's a reassessment of, interurban water supply and staying that course, where do we see the emerging needs of importance coming first? Certainly, the plan to this point has been a focus on Simcoe and then branching outward from there. If we are looking at different options, then it's fair to assess and determine where those needs might be first.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And my concern is with respect to the Delhi treatment plant capacity. And the report talks about having to do something within a 4 to 5 year period. And the province has not turned the taps on for us to move forward with phase 3. And I'm just wondering whether, with respect to Plan B, should we not be looking at putting another well to service the Delhi-Cortland operations? And will we be getting a report on that come the next time we're dealing with this, if it's April?
So through the chair, yes, that is what the report in April will deal with. So it's going to look at, if we continue down the interurban path, that is one thing, and what are the timelines. But if we are to start reviewing alternatives, you are certainly correct. Delhi is an area that will need increased water supply at some point in the near future, as well as Simcoe, as the mayor pointed out. I just want to touch on Simcoe in addition to Darnell's response is, you may look at that chart and you think we have quite a bit of time. Because we don't hit that 85% trigger for another few years. The challenge is if we do move away from interurban and try to find an additional well, that is quite an undertaking and will take 7 to 10 years. And that's why the interurban water update will be coming forward, is we need to make a decision so we have enough time to, if we go that direction, find a new well, test a new well, do an EA, do a design, do a construction. That isn't something that happens in your traditional, 2 to 3 year turnaround. So that will all be part of the report that is coming forward. And as I mentioned last year, if we were doing anything in Delhi that is groundwater based, I would really prefer we look at an alternate location. It is important that we have security of supply, and right now all the wells are in one common location. And if we do need to expand, we should be looking elsewhere so that we do have a better security of supply.
That's great. Look forward to that report coming forward.
Councillor Van der Riesch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. I guess a question, Darnell. You probably realize and know that the Tilsmer draws water from the wells that are on in Norfolk County. Do you ever delve into that situation, whether thinking outside the box of connectivity at the west end, some sort of collaboration or just discussion, or ask them, where's your water, how much you got, and can we have any of our own water? Is there any looking into that is my question, really.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the question, I think when we bring forward a report in April, if we are going to be looking at alternative options, that's a fair one to look at.
Appreciate that very much.
Councillor Duthie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to staff. Related to Simcoe as well, and my apologies if it was, but are all of the wells currently functioning, the ground source water wells in Simcoe currently functioning? I seem to recall we had some difficulty with one of them, but.
So through the chair, currently we are utilizing all of the well systems in Simcoe. What you may recall from previous updates is that we have one failing well. Our northwest well system is starting to deteriorate, and that is what triggered the Bloomsburg EA for a new water source. So there was some confusion earlier that Bloomsburg was an additional water supply. The Bloomsburg raw water was to replace the northwest well. It did add a very small increase in capacity, but very, very small. It was a like-for-like replacement. So what Darnell was alluding to earlier is if we are to move away from interurban and we need additional supply, it would be another well on top of the already completed EA Bloomsburg location.
Okay. Thank you, and I'm glad to hear that report is coming forward, probably soon. Apprehension is just.
Any other questions from council? I have a couple of questions, Andrew. It's a very well done report. It's 21 pages, and I'm surprised it's in consent, but apparently that's our new policy. I think there should be a lot more questions. I have a lot highlighted in this report, but I don't want to put council to sleep asking my questions today. But I guess what I read from the report, and correct me if I'm wrong, please, Delhi and Simcoe are the water issues. The wastewater issues are virtually not an issue once we get Dover up and running. Is that an assumption I can use?
So through the chair, yes, you are correct. Our pressure points on the drinking water system are the Simcoe and the Delhi system. On the wastewater side, yes, we are in the middle of upgrades at the Dover wastewater plant right now, but you will recall that is phase 1 of 2, so there's additional work that needs to take place there. And then Waterford is our next pressure point as it relates to wastewater, and that is one that is in our capital budget a little bit into the future, but we've starting to move that closer to present day just to start the design work, because that is where we see the next pressure point on the wastewater system.
Okay, and my next question, if I may, the report that we'll deal with a little later, the development guidelines with the per capita, liters per capita, et cetera, does that change the overall demand? I assume it would, and does it have a bearing on this report?
So through the chair, I mean, and Darnell can speak to that when we get to that report, but it doesn't fundamentally change what we're doing here. It has a slight, it has a positive benefit on the development community and making things easier to build, but it's not going to change anything drastically as it comes to our need to upgrade our facilities and build them. It may alter things by, 6 months, 12 months, but it's not going to change our capital plan, but I'll let Mr. Lambert expand on that if he wishes.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Great question. There are some differences between this report and the development guidelines that you were referring to. Certainly in the development review process, we use the 450 liters per capita per day per person, which we are looking to change. Within the monitoring report, however, we actually use the average of our 5-year experience at the plant on a per capita basis. So if you notice in the report, the table, there's variability between the plants. So for example, I think in Delhi, you're around 210 maybe liters per capita per day per person. So we don't use the 450 in this assessment on our systems.
Okay, thank you. We'll wait till we get to that report next. No further questions. I'd like a motion to adopt consent item 4.3. Moved by Mayor Martin, seconded by Councillor Van den Riese. All those in favor? That is carried. We have 4 scheduled deputations today. Committee may accept deputations for information after the speaker concludes. Committee may also direct staff by resolution to bring back a report on any matter for further discussion. So welcome, Barry. You are our first speaker. And I'd like to remind you, you have 5 minutes, and I will advise you when you have 1 minute remaining.
Is that better? Thank you. Mr. Chairman, Your Worship, members of council, and Lions members, my name's Barry LaPlante. I'm the immediate past president of the Simcoe Lions Club. And I was here over a year ago to present to council a concept plan which would rehabilitate and upgrade Wellington Park. As I indicated, it's been over a year. This has been a long process for us. We're volunteers, but we've been steady at it, and we're here to present phase 1 of our project. Before you, there's a handout which kind of gives you an overview of the what we're looking at, along with the original concept plan for the park. Phase 1 is basically the installation of a large gazebo right in the middle of Wellington Park. As part of our initial presentation, we had a concept to construct a multi-purpose performance venue, which would include a gazebo and staging. After meeting with Panorama and Friendship Festival, we decided against this approach because, frankly, the performance end of it really wasn't going to be used by these 2 primary users of the park. So we went ahead with this gazebo concept. We're looking at a large gazebo. It's 40 feet across. It's basically round or 12-sided. It will have a large concrete pad which will tie into the existing walkways. And it'll be well lighted to help prevent vandalism and unwanted guests in the evening. There will also be a water source provided for this facility as well for the various users. Sorry. The structure is mainly made of wood, but as you can see, all of the wood is basically covered in a heavy-duty vinyl, which helps with the maintenance and the vandalism. It'll have a metal roof. The picture is showing an asphalt roof, but we have chosen to go with a metal roof. Basically, the only wood that you're going to see is on the underside of the roof. It's kind of an attractive structural component of the facility. The supplier of the gazebo is from Ontario, and they're in the Newmarket area. They are the only supplier in Ontario that supplies this size of a gazebo, and this is their largest structure. All other services and suppliers will be locally sourced. We've already received some favorable offers from local suppliers and services and contractors to help us out with this project. If we went ahead to build this project from a retail standpoint, the cost would be in the neighborhood of $475,000. That's a lot of money. However, we are a resourceful service club, and we're looking at the community and our resourcefulness to lower this cost considerably. As I mentioned earlier, we've received a lot of favorable reply from construction companies and service providers for services in kind and greatly reduced costs. We've also have received a lot of favorable comments to date from donators, fundraising efforts through foundations and businesses. We don't have a definite time frame for this project because we don't want to interrupt the 2 main users of this park, namely Panorama and Friendship Festival.
Barry, just to remind you, you have 1 minute remaining.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Chairman. To kick off this fundraising effort, though, our club unanimously have committed $100,000 towards this project. And we will have no problem meeting that commitment. As I said, during our initial presentation, if you recall, the Lions Club is prepared to enter into a maintenance agreement with the county for the long-term upkeep and preservation of this facility. We currently have a very successful agreement in place between the Lions Club and Lions Park, which was built in 1993. In conclusion, the Lions Club is respectfully requesting two things: that council approve Phase 1 of the Wellington Park Rehabilitation Project as presented today, and further, we're not asking council for any financial contribution to this project. We're going to do it on our own with the community. And we also indicated that in our initial presentation, and we're sticking with that. However, one thing we are asking for is the waiving of any fees relative to any permits that are necessary for this project. On a final note, I would like to thank staff, namely your operations manager, Mr. Bill Cridlin, for his input and guidance to help us along with this project. Mr. Chairman, I'll answer any questions.
Thank you, Barry. Questions from council? I have one, Barry. When you say you request us to waive, I guess, the permits, what might that include? I assume a building permit.
Yeah.
But
That's really the only permit, Mr. Chairman, that's really the only permit that we anticipate is a building permit.
yeah, I think, did we not do that just a week ago with something, the Port Rowan facility? I believe we did. We waived our fees there. Did we not, Councilor Shelley? Yes. Okay. Sorry, I saw a hand up
Mr.
there.
Chair.
Sorry, Councilor Van Passen.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is where we ask staff to bring back a report, and I think there's a process about the community initiative that would lay it all out, and if the Lions filled that form out, that's where you throw those little extra conditions in there, and so a staff report would be in order, and then we can move on this project. So,
Would that include some form of draft agreement?
well, that's what the
Yeah.
staff report would bring forward, right?
Okay, all right. Everybody clear on that? Any further questions? Councilor Shelley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Barry, thank you very much for your deputation. I don't actually have a question, but I just think this is a really fantastic idea, and I'm really glad the Lions are taking it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. I'd just like to reiterate that we are committed to the long-term improvement to this park as laid out in the conceptual plan that's before you. We're not sure how many phases it's going to take, but however many it does, we're prepared to carry through with that.
Okay, do you want a motion for that, Councilor Van Passen?
Yeah, first we receive the deputation's information,
Okay.
and then I'll ask for a motion to
Okay.
direct staff.
Can I have a mover? Councilor Shelley, seconded by Mayor Martin. Those in favor? That's carried. Okay.
Can we have a motion to direct staff to bring back a report on this issue? So,
Got that? Okay. Mayor Martin? Seconded? Okay. All those, sorry, Councilor Columbus, you just, okay, all those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Thank you, Barry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Council.
Okay, next we have welcome Krista. You have 5 minutes, Krista, for the rodeo presentation. Is she here? She's not here?
Mr. Chair.
Sorry? Councilor Duthie, I got you as
Yeah,
the...
Mr. Chair, I have actually just heard Krista Timmerman, when she hit deputation. I think she.
Could you get closer to the mic, Councillor Duthie?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I don't have much voice currently. I just heard from Ms. Timmermans. She had submitted a deputation request for the 25th, I think not realizing that that's an agenda, and then that issue not being on that agenda. So they just found out yesterday, I believe, that they were approved for this agenda. However, they don't have childcare secured, so they are not present today.
Thank you. Okay. Sorry, Mayor Martin.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Through you, before we move forward, while they're not here, could I put our CAO on the spot for a quick comment on this? I know that council's been inundated with this issue, so are you able to provide just a couple of remarks with regards to this particular event, and maybe it will stop the individuals from needing to come next week?
Sure. And through you, Mr. Chair, to council and members of the public. It's unfortunate, I think, that it's taken a life of its own on social media. I did have a discussion with the applicant on Thursday. I thought it was a good discussion. I thought we had made some progress. But just so that council is clear, there's two different issues here at play. One is in regards to an existing business that may or may not be operating on site that is not zoned for that type of business. And so there's been some ongoing dialogue with staff in regards to the appropriate zoning and applicable change of use permit. If indeed that there is a business, a manufacturing type of business on site, that's not allowed. And there's a process required to change that use. And that dialogue is continuing with staff and has been for quite some time. The one issue I think that was central to the conversation was in regards to a rodeo that's been in, I guess, an annual event for the last 10 years. And when I spoke to the applicant on Thursday, I said we would get to the bottom of it, and I would get back to him earlier this week, which I believe staff have already reached out to him. But just high level, so there was a permit that was applied for in, I guess, the end of 2024. Staff have met or corresponded with the applicant in November. There was a pre-con meeting, dialogue in November, January, February, and March. So there's been ongoing dialogue in regards to the requirements to facilitate the event happening. I think everyone wants that event to happen, and what we've been working on is ensuring the safety of the event and making sure that the event can happen as it has for the last 10 years. I think part of the concern was that the event is very successful and continues to grow. And so there was some issues in regards to food vendors, camping, permits being required, things like stages, if there's live music, kids areas, the traffic, the noise, dust. There's some neighbor complaints and things of that sort. So the idea was for the applicant to work with staff in regards to all of the necessities to be granted a special events permit, and that work is continuing. And so we believe that there's a solution at hand. I believe the applicant, staff did reach out to the applicant today in regards to moving this forward, and we would expect that if everything goes according to plan, that within 10 to 14 days that permit will be issued and the event can proceed in July as was anticipated and hoped for. But what staff have been trying to do is get answers in regards to the liability issues, the traffic, dealing with some complaints that in the past have happened in regards to noise and dust and things of that sort. So once we get all those answers, I don't see any reason why a permit wouldn't be issued. It's unfortunate that it kind of took a life of its own on social media, but I believe we've got a solution at hand, assuming that the parties can all agree to it, and we're anticipating that the event will move as anticipated, and we'll all be there to enjoy the festivities. So that's the update for you.
Councillor Berry.
Thanks, Chair. Excuse me, I have a follow-up for the CAO there, Al. So, what is the nature of the delay? Like, so these things that you're mentioning about other issues that need to be, I'm summarizing, tidied up, let's say, complaints, dust, traffic, et cetera, et cetera. were the applicants made aware of these issues in a timely fashion prior to this taking on this life of its own? Because I'm wondering, did we communicate this properly, or did we the county, drop the ball somewhere on letting them know this, which made them feel like it was necessary to go public with all this? Or were they aware of those outstanding details prior to this, this bit of a explosion that we had on Friday? I'm trying to keep the timelines, and I want to know if there's a way that we need to improve here, or what happened? Like, how did this become, just give us all this information and we will give you your permit, to Norfolk County won't give us a permit? Like, what happened in between there to make that happen?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think that's a question we should probably ask the applicants when we debrief on what happened. I will say that my understanding is that it was made very clear right at the initial meeting in November in terms of the requirements that were going to be required. In fact, I think the applicants have engaged a planning consultant to address the needs that Norfolk County had identified were required in November, and that progress is moving forward as we have been communicating with the planning consultant that the applicant has hired. And so my understanding is they were made aware of all the requirements at that time, but that's something that we'll debrief as well, because maybe there was some miscommunication or something along those lines. But we will look at it, but I believe that it was clear in terms of what the requirements were going to be.
Sorry, a follow-up then, through the chair, if you don't mind. So I guess my next question is then, what happened? Like, why are we in this situation where we're having this conversation? Like, what happened? So you mentioned about the like the manufacturing thing that it's not zoned for, and how it may be playing a role. Like, what is going? I guess I'm just confused. Like, what is going on? I guess is what I'm trying to get to the bottom of here, because we've got many angry people in the public who are angry at Norfolk County and angry at councilors because they say, oh, why would councilors be in the room and not approve this? It's been, so I guess I want to know what happened between, why is there this public perception that somehow county is trying to kill this event? Like, it doesn't make any sense to me based on what I'm hearing today and what I'm seeing. There's a huge disconnect in what happened.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I can't answer that. That's a question that perhaps the applicants can answer. All I do know is that when it was brought to my attention, I made a phone call on Thursday. I thought we had a good meeting. We had an understanding that I would get all the facts and get back to them early this week, which we already have, and we've kept our commitment for that. I don't see any rationale or reason why the county would not want an event of this scale and size. It's good for tourism, it's good for economic development, it's good for everyone here. And so what we try to do is facilitate what we can. We just want to make sure that the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed, and it's a safe event for everyone, and there's no liability for the various parties and stakeholders, and that's part of the process. I can assure you that staff have assured me that this process has not deviated from any other applications that have come forward in regards to special events, and it's the same request, it's the same process that goes forward with every applicant that's coming forward for a special events permit, and we have not deviated from that.
Okay, then I'll just add then that I hope at some point, just for the sake of, so the public has a better understanding of all this, that maybe some of those other details do come to light, because I think it's absurd that there's this perception somehow out there that we don't know where it came from, that Norfolk County is against this. Like, it's ridiculous. So thank you.
Okay, no further questions on that. We'll move on to Mr. Drew Hemsley. Are you here, Drew? Welcome, and you have 5 minutes, and I will advise you when you have a minute left in your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, and members of council. My name is Drew Hemsley, and I am the chair-elect of Cornerstone Association of Realtors, formerly known as Simcoe and District Real Estate Board. I'm a local realtor and a third-generation resident of Norfolk County. The Cornerstone Association of Realtors is a newly amalgamated association with over 8,000 realtor members throughout Haldeman, Norfolk, Hamilton, Burlington, Mississauga, Waterloo Region, and Niagara North. First, I'd like to thank the committee for allowing me to register my deputation this afternoon, and I want to extend my gratitude to the council and staff for the work on this bold and ambitious plan that we have called the Draft Master Recreation Plan. I am not here to discuss arenas, pickleball courts, soccer pitches, etc. I believe that's up to the council to decide what amenities are needed, where they should be located, and based on the valuable feedback of Norfolk County. I'm here to address the funding mechanisms outlined in the Draft Master Recreation Plan. According to the latest census data, the median household income in Norfolk County is $82,000. A family with an income of $82,000 and average debt can qualify for a mortgage, basically $287,000. In January, the average price of a residential resale home was $646,899. New homes are starting at approximately $860,000. In short, the average Norfolk family cannot afford the average Norfolk home. For a property assessed with a value of $350,000, the homeowner pays $5,300 in annual property taxes, not to mention the already high price of essential utilities. Residents and businesses are already grappling with the high cost of living. Everything's increasing: groceries, utilities, gas, the list goes on. We have an affordability problem. We have a housing crisis. There's a shortage of attainable homes, both to rent and purchase. These challenges are not unique to Norfolk. They can be seen across the province and across the country. Add in the current political economic landscape, and we're all faced with uncertainty. The draft report outlines potential funding mechanisms for implementing recreational upgrades: property taxes, development charges, user fee surcharges, new taxes, such as a county-wide recreation surcharge, a new housing tax of 2% on all new homes, an additional recreational transfer tax alongside the Ontario land transfer tax. Increased development charges and new taxes will further burden our residents and make ownership increasingly unattainable for many Norfolk residents. We do not need to exacerbate the housing and affordability issues with added taxes. I strongly encourage Council to explore alternative funding sources, regardless of whether this plan is approved as is or amended. Council should prioritize partnerships, grants, sponsorships, fundraising, donations, and phase in any plans in alignment with current available budgetary resources. Norfolk has always been a great place to live, work, play, and invest. Let's keep it this way. The first priority should be making living here more attainable, not less. In closing, we support building better communities, but we are currently in a climate of great uncertainty. I implore you to be cautious, now more than ever, in making decisions around this table to consider the financial impacts on our residents and newcomers alike. I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Drew. Questions from committee? Mayor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Drew, for joining us today, and great deputation. I was hoping I could ask you a question that's not specifically tied to recreation, but more housing, if you're open to it. I'm just really interested in the Cornerstone Association, and I see that you've got a lot of really large urban centers as a part of your partnership, and I wondered if you had any knowledge or ability to comment on other communities. Are you aware if those communities are getting shovels in the ground to build new homes, or are they in a similar position that Haldimand Norfolk might be, which is slowed development? We're not seeing a lot of building occur.
Through the chair, housing has slowed right across the province. Basically, because of the uncertainty, because of the economic and political climate. So even like right across the province, we are not meeting the targets that the provincial and basically federal governments have wanted us to attain. So.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from committee? Councillor Van Rishi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. Thanks, Drew, for the presentation, and remembering that is a vision draft. It is not being approved or adopted in any way. It is a vision. It is what your thoughts are. And I truly take your advisement, your thoughts under advisement, because I totally understand it is a question of affordability. And I think once we council dive into it and get into it, I think, again, it is a vision for the future. Whether it becomes reality or not is exactly a question of affordability. So, but thank you for addressing that and putting it in your thoughts. And like I say, I will take it under advisement for sure.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Seeing none, I could have a motion to receive it as deputation, please. Councillor Columbus, seconded by Councillor Van Rishi. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you, Drew.
Thank you.
Our next deputation is from Ike Keesmat. And you have the floor in 5 minutes. And I will remind you when you have a minute left.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, councillors, Madam Mayor. Basically, on behalf of the Home Builders Association, what Drew said is totally correct. And with the housing crisis and our economical uncertainty, we really can't afford to have any kind of increases. It's a struggle, it's tough. We see it, everyone in our association working in Norfolk, they're just having a real hard time right now. So any kind of increase would not do well for the building industry. That's basically it. I'm not that great of a public speaker, so that's it. But yeah, that's all we have, and we just wanted to let you guys know that we disagree. So, any other questions?
Questions from committee? Mayor Martin.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, through you. Not so much of a question, but I'll take this as an opportunity as an opportunity to speak to the financial challenges in Norfolk's history, and I put you on the spot, Ike, because I know you already know this. Our capital budget has $1 billion over the next 10 years, and that's not for anything new for our community members. That's not anything shiny. That's just roads, bridges, and underground water infrastructure. So I think it's important to note that we will see increases over the coming years, but point taken on the recreation front that this is not one of those requirements.
Yep.
But viewed by many. But do you have any comments that you would share with council with regards to individuals looking to relocate to somewhere like Haldimand, Norfolk, and comparing our amenities or lack thereof with other communities?
I think, especially during the building boom, one of the biggest things, the bottom line, that drew people to Norfolk was the cost of housing. Like, they could make a lateral slide, they could sell their houses in Mississauga, and they can move out here, put some money in their pockets. But with the increase in the current climate of the market, that gap is changing. So people aren't going to move out this way. Like, we see it even in our open houses. A few years ago, they were lined up around the block, and now we're doing open houses and we're getting 0 people through. And that is, it is all across the province. Like, we're part of the Ontario Home Builders Association. It's not just here. So we, but yeah, so we do have to work at ways to get these houses built, get these projects underway, make it easy, get them going, and then that will, and that does. The more we do, the more revenue that creates for the county. I know it's not easy. I know you guys have your challenges, but yeah, that's kind of in a nutshell.
No further questions?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I have a mover and a moved by Mayor Martin, seconded by Councillor Michele? All those in favor? That is carried. Okay, moving on. Our next presentation is regarding the Legacy Fund, but before I begin, I would like for the committee to consider the following. That committee hereby waives the procedural bylaw and approves the extended time limit of up to 30 minutes for the presentation at agenda item 6.1 to allow for a comprehensive presentation on an important subject matter. If committee is in agreement, I will ask for a 2/3 motion. Moved by Councillor Van Passen, seconded by Councillor Columbus. That is carried. All those in favor? That is carried. Okay, the Legacy Fund, and I'd like to, Amy, do you want to welcome these people, please? President.
Yes, thank you. And through the chair to members of council. The investment report before you today recommends a number of changes to the county's Legacy Fund, including adjustments to the investment mix and policy. Maybe I'll just allow a moment. As part of our presentation, I'm also very excited to introduce the county's investment management services provider, CIBC Private Investment Council, or CPIC. Ian Murray and Paul Van Lith, key members of the CPIC team, are joining us in our presentation today. Our Deputy Treasurer, Catherine Fanning, and I will provide some brief opening comments, and then I'll pass the presentation over to CPIC, who will provide some additional details on our investment selections. Before we get into our recommendations, I would just like to highlight the importance of the Legacy Fund to the county. I have been asked in the past if I would ever consider borrowing from the Legacy Fund principal or using the funds for an alternative purpose, and my response to this question is always no, and that's for several reasons. The Legacy Fund was established in 2014 with the county's proceeds received from the sale of Norfolk Power. The initial value of $67.7 million has been invested with one investment for a little more than 10 years now. The initial value of the fund has remained intact, and annualized returns of 4.8% have been achieved since inception. The earnings have provided substantial value to residents, as a little more than $26 million has been or will be used for municipal capital projects, and an additional $5 million has been directed for use by the Norfolk General Hospital. Without the interest earned on this investment, these amounts would have been levied or debt issued, and important capital projects would have been stalled. The Legacy Fund also improves the county's financial sustainability and contributes positively to the county's credit rating and total liquidity position, which improves our financial outlook and provides confidence for investors, so that when we need to issue debt, we can do so at more attractive rates. So at a high level, has the Legacy Fund been successful since its establishment? The answer is yes. However, we believe the county can do even better in future, which is why we're bringing forward the recommendation in today's report. Now I'm going to turn things over to Catherine to provide some more detail on how we got here.
Thanks, Amy. So how did we get here? In 2023, staff started a comprehensive review of investment strategies, which included the benchmarking of the county's investment results against municipal comparators. The report included a few key recommendations, including the hiring of an investment management services provider, and changes to the investment mix based on benchmarking results. These recommendations included removing the investment in bond funds and instead investing in individual bonds, as well as reducing the proportion of investments in equity and bond investments, and instead shifting those dollars into note investments, including principally protected notes. Since the hiring of CPIC in December of 2024, staff and CPIC have met on numerous occasions. CPIC has brought a wealth of knowledge and expertise to the county already. During the meetings between CPIC and Norfolk staff, we have worked on revising the Legacy Fund goals. Using these refined goals, as well as the key findings recommended in the earlier report, CPIC presented staff with various investment mix options. The mix options were then carefully analyzed, and the optimal mix recommended is within the report before you today, presented in Table 2. CPIC and staff both believe this is the optimal mix for the Legacy Fund to move forward with. CPIC will provide additional details related to the strategy. However, the key benefits of this strategy include lower investment management fees, higher portfolio returns, lower portfolio risk, greater diversification, as well as higher principal protection. Additionally, with the involvement of CPIC, each investment decision will be more closely aligned to the county's goals and with our best interests in mind. Though all of these benefits are key, I know everyone is interested in what will this really mean for our returns. Based on historical market benchmarks, it is estimated the change in mix will result in additional investment returns of approximately $550,000 to $650,000 per year. These enhanced results will provide the county with the ability to support higher annual withdrawals or allow for additional special withdrawals from the Legacy Fund. So now I would like to invite Paul and Ian to come forward to bring us an introduction of their team, as well as some specifics about the recommendations. And we are going to share the presentation on the slides in front of you.
Mr. Chair, Mayor Martin, councillors, it's our pleasure to be here today. I'd like to thank Amy and Catherine and Duncan for working with us closely as they have the last several months, and that opening remarks, it was excellent. What we thought we would do today is give you a little bit of history of who we are and how we got here, and then Paul's going to go through a little bit more about the investment policy process and where we think we can add value there. And I'm sure with what's going on in the world these days, there might be a few questions about financial markets and our process and that. So as Catherine said, my name's Ian Murray. I'm an investment counselor with CIBC Private Investment Council. Joining me is Paul Van Lith, who's my associate investment counselor. Paul's been with me for 6 years. Not able to attend today is a key member of the team, Barry Cowell. So Barry and his family are on a non-US beach enjoying March break, and we're not able to make it. But Barry's team is responsible for customizing and structuring the principal protected notes that we use for our clients. Barry's actually the head of that desk, so we feel very fortunate to have Barry as part of the team that will help structure notes for Norfolk County going forward. So a little background on myself. I've been with CIBC Private Investment Council since 2001. So back in 2001, CIBC completed the acquisition of the investment counseling firm I was working with, TAL Private Management. So they had bought half, 50% in 96, and they bought the other half in 2001. So back in the day, I actually used to work with Paul's dad, which certainly doesn't make me feel any younger, but Paul has been an incredible addition to the team. So Paul and I, as far as our background, we're both CFAs, which is Chartered Financial Analysts. That's the highest level of accreditation you can get in the investment business. We work out of London. We have 3 other team members that help us manage our clients' portfolios. So our business, we manage money for high net worth individuals, municipalities, and some charitable foundations. And Norfolk County is very important to us. We have some absolutely incredible customers in Norfolk County, and as a result, we do give back in the community. Our team is the title sponsor for Eat, Drink Norfolk and for the gala for the Delhi Community Health Foundation. So Paul and I are big believers in what you're looking at moving forward with as far as your investments go. We look at investing in individual bonds and principal protected notes as those optimal investment decisions. You know, if we think about investment decisions, any decisions that you can make that lower your risk and enhance your returns are the best decisions. And certainly, you know, we're extremely confident that the new approach with the individual bonds and with the notes will allow you to achieve, again, better returns with below market risk. So I'll turn it over to Paul, and he'll take you through a little bit about the investment policy process that we went through with Amy, Catherine, and Duncan to get here.
Perfect. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. So Duncan, we can move to the next slide there. So again, as Catherine mentioned before, it was really important for us to go back to the drawing board and really clarify the three main important goals for the county, which Catherine identified as capital preservation, cash flow generation, and long-term capital growth. So first and foremost, we wanted to ensure that we preserve capital in the legacy fund as a primary objective here. It's very important to the county that we meet annual capital commitments, so we need to hit a minimum annualized rate of return. And I guess clarifying all these goals was very important to us because it goes back to goals-based investing for the county, which, Duncan, we can move forward to the next slide. And we need to separate how we traditionally invest for personal clients that we manage versus maybe more of an endowment model and investing for something like Norfolk County. And while it's important for us, like Ian said, to make sure we're keeping up with relative returns, that our investment strategies are doing what they need to do, it's also very important to us that we're hitting county goals. That's first and foremost, right? The biggest risk to the county is that we're not meeting capital commitments annually. It's the risk that we're losing capital. So first and foremost, we need to ensure that we're achieving county goals. And then secondary is optimal portfolio asset allocation, which is typically what you see in private clients there. So we can move ahead to the next slide. And this will give you a breakdown of our recommendations to council. We're not going to dig into this too much, but I'll kind of briefly walk you through what you're seeing here on this slide. So in the middle column, you are going to see a target level for each asset class and each strategy we've identified on the left-hand side. On the minimum and maximum levels, you will see the bands we can operate within. So I'll walk you through this very quickly. Right now, we're recommending no cash holdings. We know what the annual cash commitments are for the county, so we've always are keeping tabs on that with needing to set aside cash, but we're not recommending any long-term cash holdings, which is typically a drag on overall performance. In terms of Canadian fixed income, so when we think of Canadian bonds, what we're recommending is 12% in an individual bond ladder as opposed to a bond pool, which the county currently holds. And we're also recommending diversifying the fixed income exposure with some fixed income notes. Just briefly and generally, what we're seeing from here is maybe a little bit of an enhancement in terms of returns over and above what you'd see in a normal bond, maybe giving up some liquidity in that, but for a slightly higher rate of return, obviously keeping everything very, very safe and conservative within that sleeve. But this is a way to just diversify within the fixed income category. So overall, we're recommending 30% in our fixed income, and then you're going to see a 70% equity risk weighting there. Now, the first thing we'll draw your attention to is the step-up auto-callable note, which is the subcategory under the equities and equity-linked notes there. We really view this as a bit of a hybrid product. So when we manage clients, we really think of this as a 50% fixed income, 50% equity exposure from a risk level perspective. So really in the back of our minds, we take 20% of that, which is the allocation, and we think about half of that is actually more related to fixed income. But we wanted to put it under the equity just because from in terms of what we know we're going to get in coupon payments, it's a little bit of an unknown in terms of the timing of when we're going to get the coupons. So we have more predictability in the fixed income, exactly when we're going to get coupon payments. This one has a little bit more uncertainty with when that timing is going to be, so we stuck it under the equity section just to align it more with the equity notes there. But it is from a 50-50 product when we think of it in terms of risk allocation. And then we're recommending an asset mix on the equity side, with 25% towards Canadian equity-linked notes, 15% towards U.S. equity-linked notes, and 10% towards international equity-linked notes. And this is in contrast from what the county currently has, where it's 50% all towards individual-owned Canadian equities. And maybe it would help if we just go through to the next slide, Duncan, and then we can just quickly show the comparison there. So this will again just show the migration of where the county currently is to where we foresee this going. And again, I think the important things are at the bottom there when we're talking about the equity risk weighting. It looks like a bigger change, but we're really going from maybe a 50% equity risk to 60%. I think a really, really important part is that we are also migrating from individually owned Canadian equities to principally protected notes. So whereas individually owned Canadian equities do not have a bottom, you can lose money on those. Principal protected notes, at worst case scenario, you're getting your principal back. So even though we're upping the equity exposure from 50 to 60%, we're adding a tremendous amount of capital preservation in the new strategy. So when we take a look at the portfolio principal protection, we're moving that from about 50% currently up to about 92%. So really big upside impact on the amount of capital we're able to preserve there. And I know that's a very important goal for the county. So again, like Catherine mentioned, what we've seen when we benchmark these returns to major indices, so for example, Canadian equity returns to the TSX in Canada, US equity returns to the S&P 500. When we backtest this historically over the last 20 years, what have we typically seen? We've seen relative returns that have been about 12.7% better than the current asset mix, and risk that is about 9% lower on a relative basis to the current mix. So even with the enhancements we're looking at, even though we're upping the equity risk weight, we're seeing a ton of diversification benefits from the different asset mix, and as well lowering the overall risk profile of the investment. And again, so when we think back to the goals of the county, we think there are a number of reasons to support this recommendation. When we think of the slight maybe overweight where we currently are as a 50-50 mix, fixed income to equities, to a 40% fixed income, 60% from a risk weighting perspective, equities have outperformed fixed income for the last decade. Based on our capital market expectations and the research we do at CIBC Private Investment Council, we are also seeing that to continue. We're going to have volatility year over year, but long-term capital market expectations are for equities to outperform fixed income. That supports our little bit of an overweight towards equities versus fixed income at this time. Again, we talked about the importance of fixed income diversification within the asset class itself. So a big goal is migrating from bond pools to individually held bonds. A big impetus for that change is basically adding absolute clarity in what the county holds in terms of its fixed income positions. That's going to be first and foremost. We're able to buy specific bonds that match specific liabilities to the county, match their goals. You're not just relying on a fund that is investing for multiple investors and multiple goals in mind. We are designing this specifically for the county. So it's highly customizable, and it aligns specifically to the county's goals, not to the goals of whoever's investing in that fund. Equity asset class diversification is extremely important, like Ian mentioned. I think everyone's kind of hearing a little bit about how important diversification is over the last couple of weeks. We think back to, we had a tremendous month of January, but Thinking of where we are year to date, we have the S&P 500 in the US is down 4.25%, 4.5%. The TSX in Canada is down about 2% right now, 1.5% to 2%. But you think over to international markets and Europe markets, the Euro Stoxx 50, that index is up about 9.5% so far year to date, right? So the ability for us to diversify outside of Canada. Canada is a tremendous place to invest. We have tremendous amounts of opportunities here. That is why we still have a largest overweight towards Canadian equities, but there's a tremendous amount of benefit we can get from diversifying asset classes as well. Implementation strategy enhancements just speaks to the fact that we are migrating from we're migrating from bond pools to individually held bonds, and we are migrating from individually held equities to principal protected notes. Again, just allowing us to put in a base level of principal protection in the portfolio and skew return possibilities to the upside. Whereas individually held equities, you can have anything from ranging historically from a negative 20% return to maybe a positive 30, 40% return. If we could put in a base case of 0% as our lowest level, we're skewing our return potential to the upside with principal protected notes without giving upside potential. And then overall, this is going to help us reduce risk in the portfolio by adding capital preservation to the portfolio. So those are just our prepared remarks. I think there are most likely a lot of questions, so maybe we'll just leave it open to questions at this time.
Okay, questions from committee. I'll start with Councillor Van Passen.
Well, just one thing I got to say, just as a matter of fundamental principle, you got to get rid of that line about U.S. investments. Just cut it out of there, and
Right.
I'm not going to give them anything right now.
And I think that's a really good question, right? So, and comment. So I think we're hearing a lot of that. We're having internal debates right now at our own office of traveling down to the U.S. and things like that, right? So it's well heard. Obviously this was our recommendation prior to this tariff discussion coming into play, and we have full ability to customize this, so nothing is set in stone. That's why we've set the minimums and maximum bands around each asset class. It gives us the ability to tactically shift between geographical areas if we need to. Of course, we understand the diversification benefits of allocating outside of Canada to other markets as markets react differently to different changing economic environments. But absolutely, if there is not an appetite to invest within U.S. markets at this time, that's completely within our ability to change and change the policy statement.
Yeah, certainly we will always take direction. And, the fundamental reason for that U.S. equity weighting is if you look at global markets, Canadian markets represent about 2.6% of global markets, U.S. about 65%. In Canada, we do dividends really well, but we don't have a lot of great growth stocks, right? So the U.S. has had huge returns for our municipalities because of the exposure to growth. But yes, certainly, our call internally is that nobody wins in a long, drawn-out trade war. And, we're not in the camp that we're going to be dealing with this 2 years from now, but there's uncertainty because there's a lot of uncertainty what we're dealing with out, south of the border. So, yes, if the decision is, for the time being, to not have U.S. investments until we get resolution in this trade war, absolutely, that's something we're very comfortable with.
Councillor Vanden Riche.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, thank you for the presentation. What is your feeling with the situation that's out there today? How long do you think this is going to last? Have you any forethought? Is there anybody giving you advice? Thinking, and I know it's only one man.
Yes.
I fully understand the situation, but I'm glad that we have the option to be able to pivot and turn and do other
Yes.
things, because that would scare me to death, because anything too good to be true is not always good. So at the end of the day, what are your thoughts, you think, with the situation going on?
Well, one of the benefits of the way that we gather information, our parent firm, CIBC Asset Management, deals with every brokerage house in Canada, the US, so we get information from a lot of sources, right? And we get to deal with everyone's economists, strategists, and I would say that we haven't had any research that suggested the tariffs work, like zero. that basically it's inflation, it reduces productivity, it's going to slow down the economy. We've already had information that certain auto parts companies were going to shut down lines, which would shut down assembly lines all over North America, right? So I think that what's difficult when you're coming up with a strategy is that this changes day to day, right? So he was mad at Ford today about tariffs that Ford put on a tax on electricity and increased the tariffs on aluminum and steel from Ontario to 50%, right? So it's a moving target. But our base case, again, is that at a certain point in time, cooler heads will prevail. The last thing that President Trump wants to see is that the stock market did way better under Joe Biden than it did under him, right? So that gives us hope that, again, that we will see, you know, Canada and the US have such a deep-rooted friendship, right? That, you know, picking a fight with Canada, when if you take a look, if you take away energy out of the equation, the US has a trade surplus with Canada. And on our energy, because we can only get it to them, they don't pay us market price, right? So they make a lot of money buying our energy below market price.
That leads me to the concerns of the Canadian equities as well, because everything else is dropping. Canada is not going to look so good for a little bit.
Right.
Where do we go? When I look at where we're driving from, and where we're going, do we look more into the international market? Do you think there's stability there, or do you think there's going to be a higher risk there as well?
Well, I mean, as Paul mentioned, international equities have had a very nice start to the year. We had some headwinds, you know, in places like Germany the last couple of years. They've came out with some new economic policies that the market seems to quite like. So one of the things that we're doing right now in structuring our notes is looking for notes that match the current environment. Okay, so we've had a pretty dramatic sell-off from the last week of February. So one of the things that we're looking at if we are buying equity notes right now is buying notes that give us what's called a look-back feature. So basically what that allows is for the next 6 months, if we purchased a look-back note tied to Canadian equities, the county's entry point would be the low point that the market hits in the next 6 months. Okay, so we're customizing products like that to give us a chance to enter at a good point. Now, what does that cost? There's a little cost to that from the perspective that Canadian equities, because of how they've underperformed US equities over the last 10 years, there's wonderful premiums on Canadian equity principal protected notes. Like if we buy a basket of well-diversified index in Canadian equities, we can get about 270% of the upside in the market for you over a 5 or a 7 year period. So if we do the look back to have that 6-month insurance that we're going to get in at a very good time, that costs us about 80 points in upside. So instead of getting 270% upside, you would get right now about 190%, which is still an amazing opportunity.
Unfortunately, I don't feel warm and fuzzy about the whole thing.
No, it's not a warm and fuzzy kind of time, that's for sure.
Councillor Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Paul, Ian, thank you for your presentation. And I don't have a list of every single investment that we have in this fund, but just with regard to some of the comments you've already made, is there a focus that could be implemented to make more use of exchange-traded funds in this portfolio?
Again, the problem with exchange-traded funds, so a lot of the benchmarking that some of the notes do are to certain indexes in the TSX. Sometimes, if there's opportunities in certain sectors, we might do it to 3 or 4 sectors instead of the broad market. But exchange-traded funds, again, low cost base. We don't have to worry about the cost base because we're not charging a management fee. And again, you're not getting that principal protection. So I would say the principal protected notes are a better avenue.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So we're not paying a management fee?
No, no.
Okay, well then that answers my question, I
Yeah.
think, much better.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No further questions from committee? I have a few, if I may.
For sure.
Couple of things. One, can you give me an example of I was looking at the Canadian equities linked to the Canadian markets there, PPN. Can you give me an example of what you would have in one? Let's say I like to see a bunch of banks and maybe some utilities, okay?
Yes.
Now, let's say there's 10 in there maybe? I don't know how many go into a PPN.
So basically, we replicate baskets. So it could be the Composite 300, it could be the TSX 60, but we're typically referencing well-diversified baskets. Yeah, so getting you the exposure to the banks, you know, the pipelines, utilities has been a very poor performing sector, right? We've seen horrible returns from BCE, Rogers, TELUS, and things like that. But if we do a broader basket, it has exposure to all the sectors.
Okay, well, I think I have looked at a PPN. You do the same for our Conservation Authority.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
if we have, say, 5 banks and 5 utilities in there, and all those combined are going to at least give us 4 or 5% return
Yes.
on our investment.
Yes.
I realize the principal is protected. So are you saying if we get those dividends out of those stocks, we don't receive them, correct?
That's correct. That's correct.
You just hope that the stock goes up.
So let me, that's an excellent question, actually, because it's something that we hear very often, right? Is that, you know, with PPNs, you don't receive the actual dividends. And as I mentioned earlier, Canadian equities have wonderful dividends, right? Banks, utilities, pipelines, great dividends. So although we're not getting the dividends, what we are doing is we're giving better upside than you would have if you bought that yourself, right? So if you bought a basket of bank stocks and utilities on your own, you get your dividend, but you move up dollar for dollar with those investments as the market changes. Through the principal protected notes, we're able to offer much greater upside. So if we right now buy something linked to the TSX 60 at 270% upside, and let's say that you own the stocks and you got a 10% return and your 4% dividend. We're not getting that 4% dividend, but we're not getting 10% either. We're getting 27% because of the greater upside. Also, we then have the ability, those notes trade every day. We price them every day. So Amy and Catherine and Duncan every day will be able to see the price of the notes. If we ever have a note, say a $5 million note, 3 years in has a 40% gain. If we capture that 40% gain, you now have $7 million. That part of the portfolio can never go below $7 million again. You've locked in that gain. If equities become expensive with the one fund and they did some selling and things like that, the rest of the portfolio, when valuations are high, could still be exposed, right? So we give the more than 1-for-1 upside, which more than compensates for the fact that you don't directly receive the dividends.
So when you refer to upside, you refer to increase in the price of the shares within that, right?
Yes.
Okay, so if they go the other way, the dividends that they paid, is that where we get our guaranteed principal?
So no, it's not from the dividends. So basically what the mechanism of the principal protection is that we buy a discount bond that is a government bond that's guaranteed to mature at that value to offer the principal protection. So it's basically rated at the same level as a CIBC GIC would be.
Well, I won't badger you anymore, okay?
No, that's okay. Those are good, very good questions, actually.
Okay, my other question, if I may, is And I have some questions here, and I think some of them are for Amy and her staff later, but you say that our fees will be reduced by $194,000. I don't know if that's in Amy's report. Doesn't matter. That's what we've been told. But we don't know what our fees are to start with, so how do we calculate that?
Yeah, through the chair. So that math is mine, so I will own it instead of Ian and Paul. So we are expecting to have significantly lower investment management services fees, and some of that is because of the way that the one portfolio manages fees overall at the higher level portfolio level, compared to the deal we were able to negotiate with CIBC as part of their proposal for the request for information process that we undertook. So just due to how the different investment management services providers manage their funds and charge fees to Norfolk County, that's why we will see that significant savings.
Okay. I have some other questions, but I think I've related them to your report later on, so I'll save them. But the other, so I'm clear, I was under the understanding at our last report that we were going to withdraw $35 million in bonds. Is that still the issue? Because someplace I read in here, and again, it might be in your report, but we're going to still have $5.6 million in equities. Is that true?
Yeah. Through the chair. So yes, part of what we are doing is withdrawing all of the investment in bonds from one investment. As of yesterday's market value, that's about $32 million that we will be withdrawing. And then it will be invested in line with, I believe it's table 3 within the report.
Yeah.
So 30% of the total investment will be going to fixed income assets, and then about 70% is going towards equity investments. I think what we are planning to leave with direct investment in equity investments with the One Fund is about $5.9 million. I can check the report in 1 second.
So the 5.6 that I read, is that going to CIBC? And they're going to do equities? I thought we couldn't do equities.
Through the chair, you are correct. CIBC will not be managing our direct equity investments. That will stay with the One Fund. That will be the only funds that remain with one investment after the amount. And just to confirm, it is estimated at $5.9 million that will be left in equities.
Okay, I thought I read 5.6, but okay, I'll leave the rest for later. Thank you. Any other further questions from committee? Seeing none, I guess, thank you, gentlemen. We'll move on. I need a mover for the motion to accept their, Councilor Shelley, seconded by Councilor Columbus. All those in favor, sorry? Is that just their presentation? Yes. Yeah. Sorry, Councilor Columbus, you seconded that? All those in favor? That is carried. And now we move on to the Legacy Fund. I got the wrong page here. 6.1, I believe. Is that, am I correct on that, Amy? Investment Management Report. You have the floor.
Thank you, and through the chair, so the opening remarks that Catherine and I gave before the presentation for CPIC would apply to the staff report as well, so we're happy to take any questions that committee may have on that as well.
That's it? Okay, committee, any questions? Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question I've got is with respect to the $5 million to Norfolk General Hospital. Where is that at right now?
Thank you, and through the chair to Councillor Columbus, that's sitting in our high interest savings account within the one portfolio right now. Currently it's the 4.5. The additional withdrawal will be made shortly, and then that will stay there until council directs us otherwise.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I didn't hear that. What was it's in a GIC?
Through the chair, it's in our high interest savings account within the one portfolio. So we'll be doing the final withdrawal of that for 2025 shortly, and then it will stay there until council directs those funds to be released.
Okay, so we collect the interest on it. That's what I'm Correct.
Through the chair,
Okay.
that's correct.
All right. Councillor Van Der Rishi?
And it's still a full 5 million?
Through the chair, that's correct. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mayor Martin?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Through you to staff. Will there be a staff report coming to talk about county priorities and allocating that $500,000 annually to other items? Will that just cease to be transferred over unless direction is provided? What is the current plan of attack?
Through the chair to Mayor Martin. So that's an excellent question, and we do plan to bring forward a subsequent staff report once all the moves have been made and the new strategy has been implemented, just to let council know where all the final values landed on everything, because obviously market timing will make some differences. And at that point, staff can bring that forward for consideration.
Councillor Shelley?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to staff. Amy or Catherine or Duncan, I'm sure it's in here somewhere, but can you just give me a straight, what is the percentage fee that we pay for this service?
Through the chair, we can, if there are additional questions, we can take them and just allow a moment for staff to do some quick math and come back to that.
Okay. Councillor Van Passen?
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chairman. I asked that question at the presentation as a fundamental principle to say, no, we're not doing any. Do you want an actual motion from council as direction that for the time being we don't give the U.S. anything at the cost of 40 million people in this country? So you want a motion to that effect when we get done with our questions?
Through the chair to council, that's certainly within council's purview. We're happy to take it as a motion or to take that as staff direction. And when we bring forward our finalized report to let you know where everything landed, we can confirm at that time that nothing was placed into U.S. equities. If that is the will of council, we're happy to take that. And as I just wanted to follow up on what our colleagues from CIBC mentioned as well, that our recommendations were put together before the Terra 4 erupted. And so had we been doing them right now, we probably wouldn't have placed that in our recommendations as well.
Okay, I do have a motion here, but my question to you, Amy, if I may, is I'm still having trouble with the math here. I thought I was good at math, but anyways, 32 million in bonds going over, 5.9 million staying in equities in the one fund, right? Where's the rest?
Through the chair, if I could direct you to table 3, which is on page 8 of 15, I think that might help, just as I speak to it, if you can sort of have a look at that.
Of their report?
Of the staff report.
Oh, the staff report.
Yeah.
Okay, hang on.
So the value, well, I would say current, but the value at February 20th, 2025, when we were putting this together, was 80.6 million total value of the portfolio. So we have 2 million going to the roadway construction reserve, which is going to be completed prior to any repositioning of the fund. So that leaves 78.6. And if you look at table 3, you'll see where we're recommending to place that 78.6 million. So 5 million for Norfolk General Hospital would stay in a high interest savings account. 22.1 would be in a fixed income portfolio with CPIC. 45.6 would be in growth linked PPNs with CPIC, and we can take the direction on that amount not to place anything in a US based investment. And then that leaves 5.9 to stay in equities with one fund.
Okay, yeah, I found the.
Okay.
Sorry,
Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. Okay, no further questions. Do I have a mover for the staff report? That's CS. Oh, we have a recommendation. I had that on my. Do you want that recommendation that was in the report?
Through the chair, we have an answer for Councillor Michelle's question, if that would be
I'm sorry.
appropriate.
Mr. Chair, yeah, that's my previous question, so we are waiting for the answer, and the staff have prepared it. So can I hear it now?
Do I need to read that, or is everybody? No? Okay.
I don't believe so, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
It's a question that they needed more time to come up with, and I believe that it looks like Catherine's got it.
Yep.
Catherine?
Yep, through the chair to Councillor Michelli. So our third-party advisor compensation will depend on our individual purchases of PPNs or notes when we make purchases through CIBC, but we used an average rate of about 0.2% on each purchase based on what CIBC would charge us on average. For those types of investments, and as well what we have seen for charges from One Fund's equity. So just annually, what we would see at our high end of our equity fund, if our equity fund was at 81.2 million, which is at the 120%, we would see fees at about $180,000 per year based on our targets within our policy, and that includes both what we would expect to pay as third-party compensation to CIBC, as well as what we would expect to pay one investment. So that is 0.22% annually on our total portfolio amount. Does that answer your question?
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, Catherine, I'm not sure that does. So you're saying that the fee that we're paying for this entire service is 0.02%?
Yeah, through the chair, with our agreement with CIBC, we are not paying an actual fee directly to them for our service. They get compensated through third-party advisor compensation when they purchase and sell investments on our behalf with the other firms. So Norfolk County will not be sending any money directly to CIBC for the service that they're providing us. That is correct.
Sorry, Catherine, thank you.
Okay, no further questions. Sorry, Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The whole program is strictly for the Legacy Fund. We also do have other funds. We didn't used to have 5 years ago, but we got some now. Are you getting advice on some short-term and longer-term investments from these same advisors on what to do with some of our reserve accounts?
Through the chair to Councillor Van Passen. So I do believe our experts would definitely love to offer our advice for our other longer term investments that we have with the county. Generally those investments, because we are planning to use our reserves for capital purposes, we don't have them for as long term. So when we are in the cash position that we expect to have the funds for a longer term, yes, we will seek their expertise and support, but it will follow through our regular competitive rate process. So we will also reach out to the other firms that are on our roster to ensure that we are receiving the best rate for exactly what we are looking for, because usually our choices are more based on cash flow needs for those funds as opposed to a long-term philosophy like the Legacy Fund. So that's why we're managing those separately. So we will use their support and their advice for those funds, but we'll only do business with them if they are offering us the best rates.
Catherine, if I may, I have one other question. I read in there too where our cash flow may not be annually. Am I correct on that? So how are we going to deal with that, like when we try to do that on an annual basis, right? For roads, etc. How do you handle that?
Yeah, through the chair, that's an excellent question. So some of what we're doing removes the annual coupon payments that we were receiving for about 50% of our portfolio before for fixed income, as well as we had been receiving dividends for our equity investments. So you're right, the changes in our investment mix will result in changes of when we're expecting investment cash flows to run. But we are going to structure things like our bond fund and, our individual bond purchases to mature within timelines that would allow us to pull monies from those investment dollars to then use towards our commitments. Alternatively, we will look to sell some of our principal protected notes, if advantageous, to provide us that annual cash flow. We will be having a guaranteed coupon payment with our items under the fixed income notes section, and we will have certainty on what that amount is. So combining all of those items all together, we are certain we will be able to reach our $2 million annually, or $2.5 million if that's the way we continue to go after the Norfolk General Hospital commitment is removed. So basically, we'll be using multiple philosophies to ensure that we will have that cash flow available based on our needs.
Okay, thank you very much. You ladies have definitely done your homework. Okay, no further questions from committee. I need the motion is on the screen in front of you. If you're all happy, I won't read it. I need a mover and a seconder. Give you a minute to read it.
See, this is where we can make that adjustment, because the motion says the asset mix as identified in Table 2. Table 2 has that evil U.S. markets in there that I want that line crossed out. So if you just cross it out of the table, that achieves our initial sort of posturing here. So.
Okay.
Can we just say Table 2 as amended in the motion, and then that keeps everybody happy?
Through the chair, yeah, we're happy to amend the table before the minutes come back to council, if that's appropriate with the clerk.
The question is, what will you do with that? If you're not going to put it in the U.S., what do you do with it? Do you want to recommend it, or do you want to leave that with staff for now, or how do you want to deal with it?
There's still 198 other countries in the world, you know. What would, I guess I'm going to ask Amy, what would you like us to do with it?
Through the chair, selfishly, I would like you to leave that with us, and we would seek the advice of our new investment management services professionals and do what we feel is in the best interest of the county. And certainly, we'll make sure that we bring back a report to let you know where it landed once we have a chance to take a closer look at it. Just in terms of all the market uncertainty and timing, I would hesitate to make a decision without reviewing it more thoroughly.
Okay. How do you want to do it? Do you have a motion? Do you need a motion on that, or how?
Mr. Chair, through you, so Councillor Van Passen touched on it. If we just amend a motion saying, as identified in Table 2, with the amendment to remove investment in U.S. activities, and that staff will report back on how the funds will be utilized that were targeted there previously.
Okay.
So we'll make that note if that's satisfactory to the members of the committee today.
Everybody clear on that? Okay. So the motion should reflect the removal of the 20%, Councillor Van Passen? Am I correct, or is that? Okay. Yeah.
There's one line in growth PPNs linked to the U.S. markets at 15%.
15?
So if we approve the motion, the asset mix as identified in Table 2 as amended, and then staff will amend that, because if we're taking out that 15%, it doesn't have to get added somewhere else, but they want some time to do that. So the motion for today can just be Table 2 as amended, and it will come back in the final minutes when we approve them at the next council meeting. You'll see where they put them. So.
Okay. Everybody understand that? Okay. Okay, Mr. Clerk. Did I get a mover? I didn't. Councillor Van Passen. Seconded by Councillor Michele. All those in favor? And that is carried. Okay. We're going to take a 5-minute break, okay?
Hi, I'm Marissa, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's waste and recycling operations. Here at the transfer station in Simcoe, residents can bring a variety of waste materials for disposal. Norfolk operates 2 transfer stations, welcoming about 27,000 customers every year, and accepts material ranging from bulky items, wood, metal, and yard waste. Norfolk also provides curbside waste programs. Recycling from your home arrives at this facility where it is manually sorted by the type of material. You can see why it's important to separate materials into the correct bin, rinse recyclables, and remove items from bags. This facility processes 4,600 metric tons per year. That's equal to about 20 tons per day. Once items are sorted by material type, they are baled and ready to be shipped across North America to be made into new material. About 8 to 10% of the material that arrives here shouldn't have been put in the recycling bin. Residents can use our Recycle Coach app to confirm if an item can be recycled. After seeing how waste is handled, I hope this video helps show why rinsing and sorting your recyclables are important steps in the recycling process. As a Norfolk County employee, I am proud to serve the community I was raised in. Thanks for joining me on this behind-the-scenes tour.
Hey Norfolk County! Whether you're a longtime resident, new to the area, or simply visiting, do you know about the many services provided by Norfolk County? As a single-tier municipality, we provide services that our community uses every day, including water and fire protection, curbside garbage and recycling, road and sidewalk maintenance, and so much more. We also provide services needed at unique times in life, such as a marriage or business license, or a dog tag for your new companion. And the unique geographic features in Norfolk County, from farmland and forests to lakes and wetlands, means we also provide specialized services ranging from drainage applications to tree inspections. Wondering how to contact Norfolk County? Start with Service Norfolk. Our friendly team of agents is here to help. Reach us by phone at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk from 8:30 to 4:30, Monday to Friday. Calling about an issue after hours? No problem. We have you covered. Prefer online? Email askus@norfolkcounty.ca anytime, or use our customer service portal at service.norfolkcounty.ca and get a reply right to your email inbox. Want to visit us in person? Come to one of our friendly customer service counters in Simcoe, Monday to Friday, or Delhi, Tuesday to Thursday. Service Norfolk, connecting you to Norfolk County services.
Hey Norfolk County, my name is Anna and I'm here to share some water safety tips to keep you and your family safe around the water. Knowing how to swim is a life skill and an essential part of staying safe and having fun. Swimming lessons are the best way to learn essential swim survival skills to recover from a fall into deep water. Think you're too old for lessons? There are programs designed for teens and adults as well. With so many lakes and rivers, Canadians of all ages are avid boaters. Always wear a life jacket, it could save your life. Never swim alone, regardless of age and skill level. Always swim with a buddy. A buddy can throw you a buoyant aid if you get into trouble. When possible, wade into unknown waters to prevent injury. Backyard pools are a great place to make family memories. But remember, if you are not within arm's reach of your child in and around the water, then you've gone too far. Drowning can occur in as little as 10 seconds and it is silent. Every drowning death is preventable. Take time to educate yourself and those around you to ensure you're staying safe and having fun around the water. For more information, visit norfolkcounty.ca/watersafety.
Soon after, members of council and I took our seats right here in council chambers last November, we began to plan the direction we'd like to see Norfolk County take over the next 4 years and beyond. A direction that builds on our strengths and sets a strong foundation in place for future generations. We looked outward to the people of Norfolk for input. We listened to you, the valued members of our community, from our sandy lake shores, our vibrant downtowns, our picturesque countryside, and our bountiful farmland. We engaged leaders from local businesses and community agencies. We gathered ideas from our team across the county. Based on what we've heard, we created Our Future Norfolk, a set of priorities that focuses on 5 key areas: empowering Norfolk, building Norfolk, connecting Norfolk, serving Norfolk, and sustaining Norfolk. These priorities, along with the initiatives and activities that drive them, will guide council and staff as we work together to serve you and all of the members of our community over the next 4 years. On behalf of Norfolk County Council and staff, we invite you to check out our website at norfolkcounty.ca/Our Future Norfolk and return frequently to learn more about our path to a vibrant and strong future for all of us, now and in the years to come.
Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We get a lot of questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those. The first big question is, what is the official plan? Norfolk County's official plan describes Council's policy on how lands in our community should be used, managed, and developed. It is prepared with community input and helps to ensure the future planning and development will meet the specific needs of our community. An official plan includes issues such as where new housing, industry, offices, and shops will be located, and what services like roads, water mains, sewers, parks, and schools will be needed. It also defines when and in what order our community will grow and outlines community improvement initiatives. The official plan is approved by the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing in Ontario. The current official plan was adopted in 2016 with a goal to manage the growth of this county for the next 20 years. Residents can see Norfolk County official plan on our website at norfolkcounty.ca/official plan. What is a secondary plan? A secondary plan is a more detailed policy document embedded within the official plan to address the growth and development issues unique to a specific area of the county. For example, the lakeshore area in Norfolk County or a particular urban area with defined characteristics can be a secondary plan. As I mentioned, it is a more detailed policy document. It provides directions on where future development will occur with a guideline on density, road access, infrastructure services, different building types, building heights, or even design guidelines that are compatible to that specific area. In Norfolk County, there is only one secondary plan at this moment, which is the Lakeshore Special Policy Area Secondary Plan. The Port Dover Secondary Plan would be the second plan the county is working on at this moment. What does the land use designation of a property mean? Norfolk County's official plan also identifies how individual land or a group of lands will be used, and this is done by the land use designation. In Norfolk County, a lot of lands have been designated as agricultural. Some areas have been designated as hazard lands because of their specific natural features. An example would be the natural creeks, streams, rivers, or shoreline areas. Some lands have been designated as residential, commercial, or industrial to efficiently manage the growth of specific land use. Each land designation has rules about the kind of development allowed. The official plan uses growth management data to identify where and how much growth will occur in the next 20 years. In accordance with the provincial requirement, Norfolk County reviews and updates these growth areas every 5 years. What is the process of changing an official plan designation? A landowner can request to change the designation of the land through an official plan amendment application. This change requires a public hearing meeting and council's decision. A landowner needs to consult with a planner to get more information about this process and to identify the required documents they must submit. Any official plan amendment needs to conform to the provincial policy statement, which is a planning policy document that affects all municipalities across Ontario. This provincial policy statement is currently under review and may change in the future. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hi, I'm Jacob, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes on a capital project in Norfolk County. We begin planning capital projects by analyzing our infrastructure needs related to roads, water mains, storm and sanitary sewers, as well as bridges. We assess their overall condition, age, and servicing requirements. This provides a solid foundation to ensure Norfolk has the hard infrastructure for current and future needs. Once a project is determined and approved by Council, we retain an engineer to complete the design. During this stage, we engage the public through public information centers or postings on the county website to inform them of the upcoming project and provide an opportunity to share feedback. After the design is completed and all approvals are in place, we hire a contractor through a public bidding process. During the construction phase, we track progress, budget, and continue to engage with the public. We also work with other departments to ensure the overall success of the project. Once complete, we report and track any warranty issues for 2 years. We measure a project's success by its ability to enhance infrastructure and positively impact residents. As a Norfolk County employee, I enjoy building the community that has given me so much. Thank you for taking the time to join me on this behind-the-scenes tour.
We all have the right to feel safe at work, when spending time with friends and family, when participating in activities or attending a public meeting or event. Norfolk County is committed to ensuring our spaces and workplaces are safe. Our Respect and Responsibility policy outlines the code of conduct for employees, patrons, contractors, volunteers, coaches, and spectators. This code of conduct also applies to phone calls, emails, and virtual and social media platforms. We all play a part in fostering a respectful and safe environment. Inappropriate behaviors such as swearing, name-calling, verbal and physical threats, physical violence, harassment, and vandalism will not be tolerated. Staff have the right to take action when incidents occur. This may include denying service, asking individuals to leave, contacting the police, or, if necessary, suspending them from county programs and facilities. Those responsible for damaging county property will be required to cover the cost of repairs, fees, and lost revenues. We are committed to providing high-quality customer service and a safe and respectful environment for all. For more information about our Respect and Responsibility policy, visit norfolkcounty.ca/R&R.
Okay, are we ready to, everybody ready? Okay, communications, number 7 on the agenda here. We have one communication item today, the Grand River Conservation Authority budget for 2025. No questions on that. Any, I guess I need a mover if there's a. Sorry, Councillor Vandereche, seconded by Councillor Columbus. All those in favor? That is carried. Next, environmental infrastructure services. 8.1.1 development guidelines. I understand that there are consultants joining us here today to assist with any questions that committee may have. I will now ask Andrew Grace, General Manager of Environmental and Infrastructure Services Division. Will you present the report?
Thank you, and through the chair, I just have a couple of comments before I pass it over to Mr. Lambert, because some of this predates his start date with us. So there's two items on today's agenda that linked back to the Build Norfolk MBI that Council approved a couple years ago now. As part of that MBI, we got a staffing resource and we got consultant support. And for the last year and a half, we've really been focusing on catching up on files. And under Mr. Lambert's leadership and experience in the development sector, we are doing a much better job, and we presented that to you, where turnaround time is greatly improved. And this is really starting to cross off the second piece of that MBI, and this is the process improvement initiative. So there's a couple antiquated processes that we're using, and this will allow us to move forward, protect our county's interest, and make development a little bit easier for everyone. So Mr. Lambert's been doing all the heavy lifting on these, so I'll pass it over to him to walk through the report. And you were correct, we do have consultants on board if there's any technical questions about some of our targets.
Thank you, Andrew. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, report EIS 25006 serves to inform Council of proposed changes to the methodology used for confirming fire flow as it pertains to development reviews. Online with us today are Jody Lee and Sarah Primer of GEI Consulting, who completed the background research on this matter and provided Norfolk with the recommendations that are before us today. Stepping back to 2016, Norfolk County embraced the fire underwriter survey method for calculating fire flows. This method has posed challenges, as Andrew has alluded to, and concerns for both the development industry and county staff. Norfolk is not alone in this regard, as these challenges have been noted in several other municipalities where FUS was embraced. Growth in most communities takes place on its outer fringe, which is also the most challenging location for improving a water distribution system. Add to this the fact that newer forms of development bring a denser form and an increased water flow demand as well. The FUS approach tends to require improvements to the water supply system much beyond that of simple localized improvements, and require significant capital investment that is just not readily supportable. The FUS method also allows developers to embrace building modifications that need to be carried beyond the planning approval stage, as these approaches are not required by the building code. So that poses a challenge. To address these noted concerns, staff secured GEI Consulting to examine the issue, the capability of our water system, and to develop an alternative method to assessing the matter of fire flow, as many others have. The proposed approach requires developments to ensure that the available fire flow from our municipal water supply system meets or exceeds the greater of the Ontario Building Code or the fire flow targets set out in this report. This approach serves to ensure that the residents and the businesses of Norfolk are supported by a robust and economical water distribution system that meets the targets of pressure, quality, reliability, and fire protection. And for the development process, a method for assessing and confirming water supply needs for projects, and provides consistency and transparency to development approvals through both the planning and the building stages. It is important to recognize that growth will most likely continue to be in a denser form than that of the past. This broader change in community form is best examined through our master plan works, as these studies are better suited to identify larger community needs and system improvements to ensure our community service levels remain appropriate. So should council or this committee have any questions on this report or the research we completed in support of it, staff and its consulting team are available at your pleasure.
Okay, questions from committee? Mayor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to staff, I understand that the development community was asking for maybe a more aggressive revision to these fire flow numbers. So I'd look for your comments on that. Were we off by quite a bit? Do you think that this will suffice? Did we meet in the middle? Can you provide any information on that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the mayor's question, we actually met with the development industry on November the 28th to pitch these proposals by them before bringing this forward to council, take in their comments and respond to them, which is appended at the back of the report. Certainly, there will always be some that wish we were, say, more aggressive and a much lowered rate, but that in order to, I think we found a balance, I will say, in the middle, where certainly we understand what our system can and is capable of providing, and there really wasn't a need to go, say, simply to the building code, the lowest approach that's out there at the moment. And this certainly moves us off the mark of the FUS high levels that were there, so I think we found a very happy middle ground.
Okay, thank you for that. And further to that, will these adjustments eliminate the conversation where the development community was asking to install holding tanks, for lack of better words? I don't know what they were calling them, but assets that we don't want to own is what I'm getting at. Is that going to help alleviate that as a suggestion moving forward, or no?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the mayor, it will certainly help minimize those coming forward. Certainly there will always be unique situations depending on the type and where that development is placed, where it still may have some challenge, but this will significantly reduce those instances.
Okay, any other questions from committee? Seeing none, do I have a mover for the staff recommendation? I'll read it, that the information memo regarding the Norfolk County design guidelines for fire flows be received as information. Moved by Councillor Van Riesche, seconded by Councillor Columbus. All those in favor? That is carried. 8.1.2, land purchase for Highway 59 Causeway at Big Creek, EIS 25-003. Darnell, you have the floor on that one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This report is a follow-up to the November 24 report on the matter of the existing encroachment agreement that the county has in place along the causeway crossing over Big Creek in Long Point. Staff were authorized in November to negotiate a land purchase to negate the need for the encroachment agreement and to more properly secure our interest in these minor land parcels. Staff are pleased to report back that the ministry is agreeable to a land sale and conveyance to Norfolk County at a nominal cost, and therefore we seek approval for the CAO and the clerk to execute the necessary agreements to complete this transfer. Should the committee have any questions, happy to provide answers.
Questions from committee? Councillor Van Riesche.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. A quick question. So the affected lands are those going this way, like you go down the causeway, they're this way. Is that what it is? Because it's very confusing, like where is that land? Okay, it's here. It's on the sides. All right, so that just makes it clear that we're not encroaching anymore, that it is property of the county, and further repairs or whatever is to be done is ours. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none. I'll read this motion. The council accept the proposed transfer of land defined as parts 1, 2, and 3 on reference plan 37R 11347 from His Majesty the King to Norfolk County as set out in the land transfer agreement contained in the attachment A to this report. And further, that council authorizes the CAO and clerk to execute the land transfer agreement and any further agreements pertaining to the same, so necessary to effect this land transaction. Moved by Councillor Michele, seconded. Councillor Berry. All those in favor? That is carried. 8.1.3, Information Memo 2024 Drinking Water Summary Report, EIS-25-002. And Stephanie, you have the floor. I see you. There you are. Okay. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. Through the chair, the report that you have in front of you is our annual drinking water summary report. This is a yearly requirement that is stemmed from the Wellington tragedy, which happened 25 years ago this year. So this tragedy and the subsequent investigation and findings are what guides most of the work that we do in the water industry. Our regulatory requirement is to provide the owners of the drinking water system, which is mayor and council, with an annual update that presents an overview of the operations and compliance of our municipal drinking water systems. In the report and attachments, you'll see that there's an overview of any changes, challenges, and adverse water quality incidents that we have had in our 5 drinking water systems. And overall, I'd like to say that our systems perform very well. For this, we do a great deal of thanks to the efforts of our operations staff as well as our compliance team. And there is nothing out of the norm or any problems that I need to flag in those areas, but the report is to provide the transparency into our systems. For a quick overview, we've had 3 non-compliances, 2 of which were administrative in nature, but due to the strict regulatory requirements, by not reporting or reviewing documentation within a specified timeline, we were issued a non-compliance. We achieved a score of 100% for our Simcoe, Port Dover, and Port Rowan drinking water systems in our MECP inspections, and a score of 97% in our Waterford and Delhi systems. There were also several adverse water quality incidents in which staff were able to react and address the situation quickly to ensure that the drinking water was safe at all times for the residents of the county. Our water operations and compliance staff work diligently to ensure that all necessary measures are taken to achieve compliance with all the conditions of our governing regulations. At no time in 2024 was there any significant risk to human health, the safety of the county's drinking water supply, or to the natural environment. Water operations staff handled all challenging situations effectively and appropriately, and their actions ensure that the continued safe and effective operation of the county's drinking water systems. And with that, we'll take any questions.
Councillor Van Rishi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. That takes care of all the water systems that we have. We check on our facilities because some of them are on wells and things like that. Is that a third party that comes out and takes the samples and does the checkups on the water?
Through the chair to Mayor or Councillor Van Rishi, no, that's actually our operators that go out and do the checks on all of our systems. And if there's any laboratory analysis that's done, that is sent to a third-party lab, which is accredited by the government.
But that person, that third-party person, comes to the facility and takes the water samples?
No, it's our drinking water operators. They're Norfolk County
I met
staff.
someone the other day, and she said she was from a third party and she was taking water out of the facilities.
Okay, so that could be community halls, as Bill's just mentioned to me, so that
It
is
is all
contracted
community
out.
halls where it was, yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so it is a third party, and so everything,
those.
basically, all water is being checked, and it's all good to go?
Correct, yes.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, just so there's no confusion on that, Councillor Van Rishi, your question was regarding the small drinking water systems. So under the legislation, there is a class for small drinking water systems, and that's what our community halls would fall under. That is not under Steph's authority. That falls under Bill's world, and that is handled by a contractor. But Steph was alluding to our drinking water systems and the processes there.
Absolutely, but at the end of the day, we still check all the water. Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none. Do I have a mover for this staff recommendation? That to be received as information. Moved by Councillor Van Rishi, seconded by Mayor Martin. All those in favor? That is carried. (8.1.4) Development Guidelines, Water Consumption and Wastewater Loading Parameters. Darnell, you have the floor on this one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. This report serves to inform council of proposed changes to the design criteria for water and wastewater demand as it pertains to development reviews. The specific parameters are the water and wastewater values of 450 liters per person per day, and the residential occupancy value, commonly referred to as the PPU, of 2.75 regardless of the unit type, be it a single home, apartment, or a townhome. These are the parameters that are in play today. On occasion, these criteria have been cited by the development industry as being extreme and worthy of adjustment. This report sets out our examination of this matter and has resolved that changes are necessary. The review provides a comparison of the ministry-permitted range of values, the values used in other municipalities, and also a comparison of these values against that experienced at our various plants. As a result of this review, we are proposing to change the water and wastewater values from the 450 liters per person per day to 285. With respect to the PPU, we are proposing to move away from a singular value and replace this with values that are responsive to the various types of units being built, be it a single home with 3 bedrooms or an apartment with 1 bedroom. These changes will serve to improve the confidence in our development criteria and that the outcome from assessments and modeling are reasonable, realistic, and defensible. These changes allow the county to optimize the investment in infrastructure for the benefit of its ratepayers and the development industry alike. I'm happy to take any questions and provide answers should the committee have any.
Questions from committee? Mayor Martin.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So for the public record, and because this isn't my area of expertise as well, can you just walk us through how you got to 285?
Absolutely. The Ministry of the Environment allows a municipality to use a range anywhere from 450 at the extreme outer limit down to a number I think as low as 225. Certainly when we looked at some comparator municipalities, certainly the range of 270, 255 is common. Some I've seen up to 295. Rarely do we see 450, but that's what Norfolk County had at present. We then also looked, well, what are we experiencing at our plants as far as what we produce water-wise and divide that by the number of people that draw from that demand. And same at our wastewater treatment plant, what loading do we see coming in? Divide that by the populace that is contributing to that. And on average, which is on table 2 within the report, if we exclude some of the areas where we think we find some oddities going on, like high infiltration levels in Port Dover, we see that on average across our 5 plants, you're around 265 liters per person per day for water, and about 235 for wastewater. So that's how we landed at picking 285, slightly above what we're experiencing, but certainly nothing in the range of where we were with 450. Some of the pressures that we started to see when a development application came in, and if it was modeled with 450 liters per person per day, we were identifying that, you know, a sanitary pumping station needed to be replaced or a length of pipe needed to be replaced. But when we went out in the field and took examinations of the flow that were in there, we were finding, well, we actually have capacity. We are just putting an artificial loading within there that actually won't be realized. So this is the work that we did.
That's the part, I suppose, that I'm not understanding, because what you said just makes a lot of sense. But for me, I'm thinking, okay, well, we go ahead and we adjust our production values and our average consumption assumptions from 450 down to 285. All of a sudden, we have more capacity to go around. Technically, no, because we know what capacity is going out the door. So what is the benefit of lowering the assumed consumption value for the development community? It's not buying us more water. We know what goes in and out of the tank.
Through you, Mr. Chair, this goes back to the monitoring report. When we used values in the monitoring report, we actually used averages of what's being experienced so that we can predict what we have left or available for growth. So for the development industry and for our development review process, making this adjustment here actually will take off the table some of the, I say, walls that we hit when we do an assessment and we say, well, we need to upsize this pipe, and we have an argument because we actually really don't. And we would be oversizing infrastructure for a capacity that's not to be realized.
Okay, and then to that end, we're going to pick a middle of the road infrastructure sizing, because although we might not be hitting it with capacity on a single detached home, we are seeing more density, more apartment buildings. So are we not still planning to upsize the infrastructure in case that type of development comes forward, or no?
So through the chair, I was just going to jump in on Darnell's last comment. The other advantage, not overbuilding, goes back to Steph's previous report and our drinking water quality summary report. When you overbuild, we have water quality complaints. You get stagnant water, brown water, colored water, and it creates a lot of operational challenges. So we don't want to build right on the threshold, but we also don't want to oversize. So you were correct, Mayor Martin. We always look to make sure we're going to meet our immediate and somewhat into the future needs. So it is not just a like-for-like replacement. We will be upsizing where appropriate, but this puts us more in line with protecting our day-to-day operations from having continued problems.
Okay. And then my last question is, are all of these assumptions still accurate, given that we do have a lot of single detached homes? We do have a lot of people who like to wash their car during water moratoriums, water their lawn, and so on. I see some of the comparators are, different urban centers that probably have condo corporations or higher density builds and less green space to water and so on. All of that is still applicable, those assumptions?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes.
Any other questions? I have a couple. I've been harping about this for some time, and it was one of my pet peeves, but I see it's changed, and quite frankly, I think it could be a little lower on the consumption, but I'm not going to argue about it. It's a great stride we've made. But I did notice in the wastewater, there's some large usage there, and is there a lot of infiltration still in places? And how'd you make out in, was it Port Dover, you doing all the smoke testing, or?
Yeah, through the chair, actually, timely update. Jordan, our project manager leading our I&I program, actually just sent me updates. Today, they were in the field and they made a major correction in Dover. We had a large cross connection with a stormwater system going right into our sanitary pipe, heading to the plant, which really alters our loading. So I know no one wants to see more rain after the last couple of weeks, but I am wishing for some rain because I think we'll see a major benefit to that work. So we're not done, we will continue, but we've made a number of repairs, and we are heading to Port Rowan after we're finished up in Port Dover, and that will be our next area to focus on, because you can see in the chart there is some pretty high usage there as well.
Simcoe was quite high too there, was it not, for wastewater? Do you suspect there's a problem with infiltration or illegal hookups there? Now, sorry, going back to Dover, they had a combined system there at one time. I assume a lot of that's been changed, but obviously you found one today that wasn't, eh?
Through the chair, that is correct. It was a combined sewer system. It was to be disconnected. There are likely some legacy connections that still exist, and that is what we were correcting. The one that we just fixed today, I don't think was contained within that area. It was likely an error that was installed after the fact, but that is why it is important to continue your monitoring and evaluate, so that when you come across them, you can make those corrections. And this is an ongoing battle. We will fix this, so we will come back, we will monitor, and we will likely find more, because when you plug one hole, it comes out another, and you just have to keep looking. So this isn't a one and done. This is a program that will continue on for eternity here, but the idea is to reduce those flows going to the plant, because it has an impact on what we're talking about today for development, but the bigger impact is on capital. So we're looking to upgrade the Dover wastewater plant right now, and if we can eliminate a lot of those flows, maybe we can delay the second phase of that capital further into the future, which is a benefit to all of our residents.
So, and the other question I have is, when, to go to what Mayor Martin said, when you have all these new apartments, that's all checked through modeling, I take, when you, for oversizing? Is that how you deal with that?
Through the chair, yes, we use modeling for development, and what Mr. Lambert was talking about is also we have a more field presence now, so modeling is great, but hands-on in the field numbers are great as well, so we use both of those to determine our parameters and what we're doing moving forward.
Yeah. Going back to, and I guess I looked at the Simcoe wastewater, and it kind of caught me by surprise. Like, do you suspect something there, or like, how would the thing that come to mind for me was there's subdivisions that we brought in years ago under local improvement, and I think they were where they all had wells, and I'm wondering if those wells are still connected to the wastewater system. Is that a possibility?
Through the chair, that is something we will continue to evaluate. You're right, Simcoe also shows high I&I, and the reason it's not as critical to us as Port Dover or Port Rowan is the Simcoe plant is quite large, and it has a very large rated capacity, so yes, we want to correct it, yes, we want to fix it, but the I&I is actually pushing Port Rowan and Port Dover kind of almost to their compliance limit, so we need to fix those first, but you're bang on. There is likely something in Simcoe that needs correction as well, and we will get there in the next year or two.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions from committee? Seeing none, the motion, recommendation that the information memo regarding the Norfolk County design guidelines for water consumption and wastewater loading rates be received as information. A mover for that, Councillor Van Passen, seconded by Mayor Martin. All those in favor? That's carried. (8.1.5) Integrated Sustainable Master Plan Project Delivery Model Update EIS 25-008. Andrew, you have the floor.
Through the chair, and this is our last report. Sorry, I know we had a lot of reports on the agenda, and the next couple of months are also busy for our team. There's just a lot of annual reporting that comes at the beginning of the year. As you mentioned, this report relates to our Integrated Sustainable Master Plan, and you may recall that Council approved the addition of an FTE so that we could complete that vital update. We are working on recruitment, but we're struggling to find the right candidate, and we continue to interview, and we're starting to see some better applications, and we're very optimistic we will have someone in that seat shortly. But it is very important we start moving on this. Our master plan is only valid for 10 years, and ours expires in 2026, and that will create some challenges for us moving capital programs forward and requiring additional environmental assessments if we don't get this done. And the master plan is also a very key document to assist in the updating of our DC bylaw, which our finance team is just undertaking right now. So what we're requesting from council is the approval to utilize a consultant on a sole source basis to just assist us getting this project off the ground while we recruit, and once we have staff on board, it will transition to us. Normally we would just wait, but we're really up against the wall here and we want to get started. The reason we're recommending sole sourcing to the Municipal View consultant is they have experience working with us, they understand our processes, and they're also a small firm who is not interested in bidding on any of the work that would come out of this, so it eliminates any conflict of interest. We're looking for an upset limit of $100,000. I suspect we would not spend that, but it will be used from gapping, and as soon as we get a staff on board, we will make a prompt transition to internal-led initiative. But Darnell or myself are happy to answer any questions.
Questions from committee? Seeing none. I'm going to ask the clerk to read this motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the recommendation from staff is that staff report EIS 25-008, the Integrated Sustainable Master Plan Project Delivery Model Update, be received as information, and that council permit a single source supply as outlined in Norfolk County's purchasing policy CS-02 section 4.8.4 with municipal VU for project support, and further the general manager, environmental and infrastructure services, be authorized to execute a purchase order with municipal VU for an upset amount of $100,000.
Okay, you all heard the motion. I need a mover. Councillor Columbus, seconded. Mayor Martin. All those in favor? That is carried. 8.2, Health and Social Services. Halton Norfolk Health Housing Corporation, Ramsey Drive Built Service Manager Consent and Last Mile Funding Update, HSS-25-004. Amy Vesperini, okay, sorry. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Brunton. As part of the renewal and regeneration strategy brought forth by Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation, the sale of rent geared to income units to be replaced by the construction of new buildings containing rent geared to income units within Haldeman Norfolk was previously presented. The construction of a housing facility on Ramsey Drive in Dunnville is one of these projects. This project has been in works for the number of years with the approval of Haldeman County Council. On October 29, 2024, Haldeman County Council approved a revised plan for the construction of this facility. It will include 56 mixed income tenancy units with 2 commercial units. Of the 56 units, 14 will be rent geared to income and 28 will be affordable, with the other 14 being at the market rent. H&HC has already disposed of 11 units and will be disposing of an additional 3 units in Haldeman County to net a 0 increase in RGI units. Of the 2 commercial units, one will be a new child care center, while the other is yet to be determined. Additional details on what was presented to Haldeman County Council can be found in Table 1 of Attachment A. The capital costs of this project are anticipated to be approximately $29,356,000. Operationally, the project is anticipated to be self-sustainable based on the rents collected from the mixed unit approach. The funding for this project will be a combination of Haldeman County and grant funding. Finance staff would like to point out that the amount of 4% rent being put into reserves will not be sufficient to support the complete capital requirements through its life and its eventual replacement. Additional details on the financials can be found in Table 2 of Attachment A. As presented to the Advisory Committee on January 27th, Norfolk, on behalf of Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation, applied for the last mile funding grant opportunity. On January 28th, the province announced that Norfolk County, as the service manager, was successful in their last mile funding application. $2.3 million has been awarded to the service manager to be used for the Ramsey Drive project. As this funding cannot be stacked with existing Canadian Ontario Community Housing Initiative, or COCHI funds as they're called, the $250,000 originally allocated from COCHI must be funded from a different source. If another source is not identified, Haldeman County will be providing these funds. As the Ramsey facility will be added to the housing portfolio, Norfolk County, as the service manager, is required to endorse this project and accept the last mile funding to support the capital costs of this build. Thank you, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Mayor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Amy, actually through you to staff. Thank you for applying for the last mile funding and congratulations on $2.3 million. The minister specifically asked if we had applied into this funding when we attended the Roma conference, so job well done to our staff. My only question is, what is the position or the recommendation on reserve contributions for replacement of asset?
The recommendation, the 4% is the minimum required by the ministry to put away. We just wanted to note that as it's a Haldeman facility, as part of our service agreement, it's on the county to make sure that we have enough funds at some point in the future, working with the housing unit, to have enough money to put away for replacement.
How do we normally do that, given that it's a shared housing corporation? We usually bounce back and forth project to project, county to county, but I don't know that I've ever specifically asked that.
Through the chair, for actual facilities, where the facility is located is who's responsible to provide the funding for that facility. If the facility, like the building is in Norfolk County, it's Norfolk's responsibility. If it's in Haldeman County, it's Haldeman County's responsibility.
Sorry, for full replacement?
For full replacement
Okay.
and repairs and maintenance. That's how it's generally split.
Generally, or?
Well, that's how it's
okay.
split.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Van Passen.
Just like to say that this was reviewed by the Health and Social Services Advisory Committee, and it was supported by the committee. So.
I have one question. Does this include, the 29 million include land, or is that already in or out? I guess that's my question.
The 29 million is the full cost of the entire project.
Land included then. Okay, so I just roughed it out. It's 525,000 per unit. That sounds a little high to me, but who's building it? Or you haven't tendered it yet?
To the chair. I'm not 100% sure. I believe that that's in the process. H&HC is managing the project. I'm not 100% sure if they've hired a contractor or they're just working with their consultant at this time.
Okay, thank you. Okay, no further questions? I read the motion. That report HSS-25-004 HNHC Ramsey Drive Built Service Manager Consent and Last Mile Funding Update be received for information, and that the Service Manager for Norfolk County Council endorse the Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation's Ramsey Drive built in Dunville, and that Norfolk County Council accepts the last mile funding from the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing in the amount of $2.3 million to support the Ramsey Drive capital build, and that further that Norfolk County work with Ross and McBride on a contribution agreement with HNHC regarding the last mile funding. Need a mover. Mayor Martin, seconded. Councillor Van Passen. All those in favor? That is carried. Operations. Bid award, Port Dover Arena, rink floor and dashboard replacement project. Councillor Cridlin, or Councillor Cridlin, Mr. Cridlin, yeah. See, we got you fired. You got the floor, Bill.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the county councilors, yes, I'm glad to be able to present this report. Staff report OPS-25-010 is the bid award for the Port Dover Arena rink floors and dashboards. This is I'll call it a simple bid award summary that staff need to report to council. It is under budget, which is good news. It's generally presented through the SOBAR report, which is a larger general report, which all of these reports are included in. However, due to the timelines of closing of the tender, a few addendums and such, we were not able to have this tender closed for the SOBAR publishing. So just a few details on the project. Total budget was for $2 million, and bids came in at approximately $1.179 million. With this tender, the size, staff will often add a few provisional items depending on pricing. And being under budget, staff are also asking council to approve 3 of the optional items. Number 1 are the backer boards for the back of the dasher boards. $22,000. Number 2 are the goal kit, so it'd be 2 new goals as well as netting and pegs to put into the ice for $4,000, and a trench drain which would sit outside of the ice shield between the Zamboni room. And what this is for is the melt water from the Zamboni. They do dump the Zamboni, but there's always melt water that would then run onto the floor, into the drain, and go into the facilities drain. The current floor is nearly 40 years old and was put in 1987, and staff did have this in the budget for last year, but however, we moved it for 2025 because there was a chance of receiving funding from the CSRF Stream 1 grant. However, at the time of publishing the report and awarding the tender today, staff have not heard back from the funding group. Staff do need to start this project ASAP. We'd like to start construction in April, and that way we can have ice back in and completed for the end of August, 1st of September programming. Finance staff may want to add additional comments on the funding application where that is. However, the project was approved with SLT and council going to 2025 season based on no funding being available. Lastly, this project is being awarded prior to council adopting the recreational master plan. In discussion with staff, this project is still needed for the floor replacement. We're asking council to approve the floor, as the floor does need to be replaced. The master plan does speak to the Dover Arena being repurposed at some point in the future. This timeline could be a year away, 2 years away, or as much as a decade. So staff, operational staff are recommending that we move ahead with the floor replacement. Moving forward, council, even depending on what they do with the recreational master plan, we still have to keep our buildings in a state of repair. This floor being nearly 40 years old, we are risking the chance of blowing or having a problem with one of the coolant lines, the brine lines, and if so, we have to take the ice out during hockey season or skating season, pull the floor up and repair, and it just it doesn't go well for our programming. So with that, I will turn it over to Norfolk County Council on any questions they may have.
Okay, questions from committee. Councillor Van Passen and then Councillor Van Arishi.
I think more of a comment, but if this floor lasted 40 years, we probably need that before we're going to get a quad pad arena and a pool, so I can fully support this project here.
Then Councillor Van Arishi.
I concur.
Okay, sorry. No other questions? Okay, I read the motion. The staff report OPS 25-010 bid award for the Port Dover Arena rink floor and dashboard replacement project be received as information, and that the general manager of operations be authorized to execute the contract with Simco, is that how you pronounce that? Simco Refrigeration for a cooperative bid for ice, rink, floor, and dashboard replacement for the Port Dover Arena in the amount of $1,844,855 and excluding HST. Any questions? No questions. I need a mover. Councillor Van Arishi, seconded by Councillor Van Passen. All those in favor? That is carried. Sorry, Councillor Van Arishi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, but just a quick question. Concerning our arenas, those that are flat roofed, we don't have, I don't know how many we have. Is there something that happens for a check? Because we had a lot of winter snow load this year, and I'm wondering, does that get analyzed every year? I'm just concerned.
Through the chair to the councilor, and all that, that's a great question. Our facilities group do have a number of a checklist that they do with buildings each year, and winter snow load on roofs is one of those checklists. It's an interesting point that the last probably 5 years we haven't had enough snow to really to warrant the checks, but this year staff they do those checks, and again I think I know there is a safety component in that it takes quite a bit of snow to impact the roofs, and there's also in some roofs infrastructure such as venting and things, and staff do go on the roof occasionally and have to shovel around those. So yes, staff do watch that.
Sorry, I think Councilor Shelley was next.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chair. Just a slight point of order, just to make the chair aware. I believe that Councillor Duthie has been attempting to move and second various motions, and I think just want to make you aware that he is virtually present with us. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Councillor Van Passen.
Well, since they brought up the subject, in the Port Dover Arena, we did some studies on that a couple of years ago, and that roof is in the 10-year forecast to get fixed or reviewed, is it not?
Through the chairman and the councillor, yes, I believe so. We did have some concerns with the trusses there, and did an in-depth study, structural study, and yeah, we got a clear bill of health for, I think it was 3 to 5 years. It's being monitored, and I can't tell you what date it does show up, but it is in the 10-year forecast.
We've got a mover in a second around that.
I think we did call the vote, so
vote's been called, it's just we had a question after.
Okay, we're moving on. We've approved that. We had a mover and a seconder, so. Okay, no questions. We'll move on to 8.4, Corporate Services, Delegated Authority. And Heidi, you have the floor on this report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Council, the purpose of this report is to be compliant with our purchasing policy and to notify Council of all of the tenders and requests for proposals with a value of $50,000 to $250,000 that were awarded by staff under delegated authority between the time period of July 1st, 2024 to December 31st, 2024. In accordance with our purchasing policy, staff do have delegated authority to make those awards if all of the following conditions apply. If the lowest tender meets the specifications or the proposal meets the price per point methodology, the scope of the project has not changed from what was approved by Council, the amount of the bid plus all related costs is within the approved allocations, and any contract that is not anticipated to be financed by debentures. Appendix A to the report includes all of the projects that were awarded under this delegated authority during this time period. And with that, Mr. Chair, I would be happy to answer any questions.
Councillor Van Rishi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. The bid awards, like the process of which we do it, because there is this thought of buy local, stay in Canada, do all these things. Are these in the process? I think we've discussed it before, but I'm still curious. When we're looking for a contractor, is there any weight to local?
So, Mr. Chair, through you to Councillor Van Rishi, according to the purchasing laws and trade agreements under which we have been and currently operate, we are prohibited from giving preference to any vendor based on their location. With everything that is going on right now, purchasing staff are actively participating in conversations that are happening with our provincial purchasing association and conducting research and monitoring the situation, and will be part of the future discussion related to a motion that is coming back to the next council meeting.
Does that boil down to the fact that we're going to stay Canadian? Does that boil down to all that?
So, Mr. Chair, through to Councillor Van Rishi, that will be a part of the, I can't say that today. Okay. We're currently monitoring the situation. We're monitoring what the federal government is doing. We're monitoring what the provincial government is doing, and also the research that's being conducted by our provincial associations. And all of that information will be presented to Council when the motion comes back.
Okay, I'll wait till then. Thank you.
Mayor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just add to that for Council's information. The Western Wardens Caucus is going to take a proactive approach on this as well, and they will lean into some of the same groups that Heidi has mentioned, but also work with legal, work with other municipal partners. There's really, I suppose it's a lot more complex than we initially thought, because made in Canada is different than produced in Canada, and parts come from left, right, and center, but the product ends up being Canadian or not. So hopefully we can look to AMO and FCM and the Western Wardens Caucus, and all of the municipalities can take a united step on that, because I think it's a great opportunity to find local procurement opportunities, but we'll need the province to change the legislation.
Any other questions from committee? Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm looking at one of the charts that's attached in appendix. It's the supply and delivery of two triple combination pumpers and one tanker fire apparatus. And there's a statement here under notes. Due to the approval timelines and requirements that were not met within 30 days, the cost of the chassis increased, resulting in the need for a change order. So where was the fact that they were late in getting back for the approval process because they didn't meet the 30-day period? Could we get where did the thing fall apart?
So, Mr. Chair, through you to Councillor Columbus, I wouldn't necessarily say that the system fell apart. Fire trucks is one of those items where we see prices can change rather quickly, and with the timelines that we have related to the preparation of reports and our reporting cycles. Unfortunately, this was one of those situations where by the time we were able to get the report to council, we were outside the irrevocability period, and the price of the chassis had changed, and it required an amendment. So whenever these types of situations happen, we are going back, we are reviewing our processes, we are seeing how we can be more efficient and move quicker, and to make sure that we're always getting the best value and the lowest price as possible for the county.
For the explanation.
Okay, any further questions? Seeing none, you have the motion in front of you there. Has everybody read it? I need a mover. Councillor Columbus, seconded. Mayor Martin. All those in favor? That is carried. (8.4.2) Summary of bids for the period ending February 18th, 2025, CS 25-030. And Heidi, you have the floor on this one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to committee, this is the monthly summary of bid awards. So these are the bids that require council approval because the conditions that I just spoke about in the previous report were not met. So this is the monthly report that council sees to seek council approval for those awards. If there are questions about the process, I am happy to answer them. If there are questions about any of the projects that are listed, then I will refer to my applicable colleague. With that, I'd be happy to answer questions.
Questions from committee? There's quite a list. No questions? Okay, well, the motion is there on the screen, and it is quite long. And if you've all read it, I would like a mover and a seconder. Give you a minute if you want to go over it. Councillor Very, you move it? Do I have a seconder? Councillor Duthie on there or no? Yeah. Is he?
Yes, he's there, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Do you want to question that, Alan, or are you seconder?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to just second the report. Appreciate staff's work.
Thank you. All those in favor? That is carried. Okay. Oh boy, here we go. Provincial offenses. Sorry. Amy, you have the floor on this one.
Thank you, and through the chair, I am very proud and excited about the work that's being undertaken on Norfolk's POA team. The team has undertaken some collection initiatives that are new to Norfolk, and Rob's going to go into those in a moment in more detail, but they include revamped external collection agency procedures, intermunicipal tax rolling agreements, small claims collections, among others. And I want to particularly highlight that Rob is now a board member of OMTRA and has participated in drafting communications on behalf of OMTRA to the province to note municipal challenges with POA collections and how legislative changes can help municipalities. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Rob Fleming, our Manager of Revenue Services.
Good afternoon, committee members. It's my pleasure to present the 2024 Provincial Offenses Annual Report. This is, we bring this forward as it is a best practice identified by the Administrative Attorney General However, I'm always open to showcasing some of the good work that our POA team does to council. So as some background, we have been undertaking, the county has been undertaking provincial offenses on behalf of the province since we became the county in 2001. The charges that we process under the Provincial Offences Act range from about 150 different acts in total. There are 3 primary offenses that we deal with, Part 1s, which are generally less minor offenses, such as speeding, Part 2s, which are parking tickets, and then Part 3s, which are more serious and require a court date. So with that, I want to first draw your attention to Table 1 of the report. As you can see, we processed about 4,400 charges in 2024, which is a bit of a decrease over the last few years. However, with that being said, if you look at Table 2, our increases, we have had a significant increase in the number of trials scheduled, about 715, which obviously is very time-consuming and taxing from an administrative perspective as well. So despite there being a decrease in the number of charges processed in 2024, I would draw your attention to Table 3, which provides a bit of a summary of our revenue that we generated in 2024. So as you can see, our gross revenue was about 1.2 million. From that, we deduct a few items, about 215,000 that was distributed to the province for victim fine surcharges, for example. And about 213,000 was distributed to Norfolk County bylaw operations. Those are for parking tickets and any bylaw charges that are processed, which had a net retained POA revenue of about 770,000. I think it's important to note that both those numbers are the highest that we've ever obtained in POA operations since we've taken over responsibility of in 2001. So with that, and that's despite some of obviously our decrease in number of tickets issued, which obviously you would expect to have a fairly close tie between the two. And I think this really attributed to some of our collection initiatives that we undertook in 2024. I would draw your attention to Section 3 of the report. So as you can kind of see, collections is a challenge from across the province for provincial offenses. The outstanding fines across the province in 2024 grew to about 1.8 billion. Ours are, as you can see in Table 4, they did grow about 8.3 million, but we did have a fairly good collection percentage of gross fines as a percentage of fines imposed at about 82%, which is a positive. So as I alluded to, we undertook some enhanced collection efforts in 2024. Our collection efforts or strategy is primarily based on 2 pillars, our external and internal efforts. During 2024, the Norfolk County participated in a group procurement for third-party collection agencies, and we awarded 4 new agencies starting in 2025, and we're anticipating a positive outcome as a result of that, particularly in the first year, as they're very active with the collection efforts. Our internal collection efforts, as you can see, and as council may recall, we had a new position approved in 2024, and that was filled the latter half of 2024. And that position in particular was to help alleviate some of the service pressures within the provincial offenses area, as well as focus on some of our fine efforts or fine collection efforts. Some of our fine collection efforts that we particularly rely on are adding defaulted fines to property taxes when appropriate, demand notices and cold calling, utilizing authorized request for information services, ARIS, to determine where people reside, so we can better track down their payments, suspending of driver's licenses and plate denials, and small claims court applications. So a few of those collection efforts were not heavily relied on in prior years, but staff in 2024 also brought forward a defaulted fine collection policy, which is one of our key objectives for 2024. And in that, we identified a few different techniques that we were looking at exploring. Table 5 summarizes some of our work in that regard. In 2024, we were able to tax roll about $115,000 in fines. In 2025, we're projecting about 150, and we're well on our way to that, with about 75,000 already tax rolled this year, which is very good considering our overall goal, and I think we can surpass that. As part of our tax rolling efforts, we're also looking at entering into intermunicipal tax rolling agreements with our neighboring municipalities of Haldimand and Brantford. New for 2024 as well is participating in small claims court as a means of collecting from defaulted individuals. We processed one small claims claim in 2024 for about $32,000, and we were awarded a successful judgment on that case. So that's just a, pardon me, another pillar of our collection cycle or collection initiatives that we're really looking at leveraging going into 2025 as well. So in terms of our 2025 priorities going on, we're going to continue to build on some of the collection efforts that we've initiated in 2024, as well as looking at ways that we can update some of our policies to help our collection overall administration, and then in particular looking at how we might be able to launch some cost-saving initiatives into 2025 and 2026 budget preparation. So with that, happy to take any questions.
Okay, questions from committee. Councillor Vanden Riche.
No, thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. This is good. We're starting. The question I have is when you take, and who represents the county when you go to small claims court? That's the number one question.
Yeah, through the chair. So exactly. So when we went to a small claims court with the application that we did, I represented the county.
Perfect.
Yep. So it's a fairly cost-effective method if we don't have.
And when you get a result, as you did from that, and if they don't pay up, and say if they're a property owner, can you put it against the taxes or the house?
Through the chair, that's exactly it. So with the one that we were successful with, we filed a writ against the property,
so you leaned on
which is a lien on the property. Yeah. We're optimistic that will result in some payments of their fines coming in rather shortly. But if not, we also retain the ability to procure the services of a bailiff as well to enforce the judgment.
That's excellent. And how many times would you say you'd put it against their driver's license, that you'd make an application to hold back on their driver's license?
Through the chair, we do that when available. So I would say it's one of our primary methods. We did pause that during COVID, and so far I believe we do about 300 a year license suspensions, and that is one of the effective methods for ensuring payment. I don't want to call it an issue, but one of the challenges with that as well is some of the fines don't have driver's license associated with them, and they're not applicable.
So you can't get
Yeah, and then sometimes when individuals are charged, for example, with driving with no license, it doesn't really matter.
You're right. Okay, but thank you. At least you're moving forward, and appreciate that. Thank you.
Councillor Duthie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to staff. Rob, thanks for your work on this. Appreciate seeing some movement. You can hear me okay? Regarding some of the information that is identified there in Table 5 about things being added to the tax roll for defaulted fines, is that looking at items like collectible items that are significantly far in the past, or is that related to sort of more recent charges, POA fines?
Through the chair, so it's we're taking a holistic look at our fines outstanding. We've targeted those that are higher in value as a method of tax rolling, but to date we've tax rolled a variety of fines ranging from $75 all the way down to $150. So it is a reasonably effective method with limitations associated with it though. For example, if there's more than one person registered on title, we're not permitted to tax roll it. So that's one of the challenges we have with that approach.
So is it fair though, if there's $8 million in outstanding receivables, there's still more of those that could be added to the tax roll? We just haven't got through that.
Through the chair, I think that's a fair comment. It is something that we're actively reviewing, continuously review on a monthly basis. One of the challenges obviously with that, and highlighted in the second kind of block of Table 5, is the intermunicipal tax rolling agreement. That's kind of a key item as well, that going forward, as you can imagine, a lot of the fines that we have are people that are in default are for people that don't necessarily live in Norfolk County, so they don't have property here, so we can't tax roll currently.
All right. And is there a way to suggest, based on what's showing in Table 4, the outstanding receivables. That dates back to 2020, but like obviously that would ebb and flow throughout the course of the year. How much of that 8 million now is, say, more than 5 years old? It's just been hanging around, or more than 7 years old?
Through the chair, I don't have an exact breakdown, but I would say that a significant number is outstanding from before that 2020 period. When we entered into our third-party collection agencies, we broke them up into thirds, and I would say from first placement being the most recent, and I think we went back, I think it was in 5 or 6 year blocks we did. So about 2/3 of our outstanding fines, from a number, like a fine perspective, not necessarily a dollar perspective, would relate to prior to 2020.
Okay. And perhaps somewhat obscure, but presumably some of these people may not be alive any longer. Is there any, at what point do we write them off? Is it just when we discover that's the case?
Yeah, through the chair, that was one of our items in our defaulted fine collection policy that we brought forward as well, was a write-off procedure. So we've initiated that in 2024, and really the goal of that is to really hone in and focus on the fines that we really think are outstanding and narrowing that down. So we are looking at, through that procedure, we gained council's authority to write off international fines, because realistically, if someone lives in a foreign country, there's minimal chance of collecting. We also started to initiate write-offs from pre-1980, which we believe would be struggling with in terms of a collection effort, primarily for the reasons you noted, Councillor.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr.
Councillor
Chair.
Columbus.
Yes, Rob, how many persons within the collection agency or Norfolk County staff are involved on a daily basis with collection?
Yeah, through the chair. In terms of our external collection efforts, we have 4 collection agencies retained. We have 2 that sit at first placement, and then 1 at second and third placement each. And those are based on timeline of the ones in default. So the commission rate changes as they get older. In terms of our internal collection efforts, we did a bit of a restructure in terms of our revenue services group in 2024, which repurposed an existing position to a supervisor of corporate collections, which provides oversight of both the property tax and POA side. And then we have 2 corporate collection clerks that, again, one's primary focus is on the POA and the other is on taxation. So I would say between 1 and 2 FTEs, depending on how you want to break up that supervisor position.
Councillor Berry.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I just wanted to ask Rob, so, I mean, like the broadest of strokes, just so I understand and the people out there understand, on a scale of, say, 1 to 10, like how aggressive is Norfolk County trying to recover this money?
I would say under our provisions of our new collection policy, quite aggressive.
1 to 10.
I wish I could give it a 1 or 10. I can say that a lot of municipalities do not go to small claims court. So if you look at it like that, or aren't aggressive in terms of intermunicipal tax rolling, which we've taken a lead on with our neighboring municipalities, I would say we're quite aggressive. 8 out of 10, perhaps, would be an appropriate number.
Okay, so that's kind of where I was going with this. So to get that last 2, let's say, like what options are out there right now that you're not currently utilizing, if any? And you could tell me if they're not practical and why you're not using them. I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I just want to know, where do we go from here? And is there anything else? Is there any other tools in the toolkit that we can use here?
Through the chair, I think we're using the tools that we have available to us quite effectively now. It really just comes down to these things aren't items that we've done historically, and we are learning as we go, kind of thing with some of those processes. So I would anticipate as we kind of become more proficient with some of these enhanced collection efforts, I would consider that to be we'll become more aggressive with some of those tactics.
That's excellent. As long as we're doing everything that we reasonably can do, I'm really happy to hear it. Thanks, Rob.
Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the good half of the ledger, but could you just remind me what the cost, what it costs us to run this department?
Yeah, through the chair. I do believe that in 2024, we had a surplus of our activities of $92,000. Required net levy allocation of $572 was the budget for 2024. We're in a large chunk of that. Obviously, is our space allocation cost for our Robinson Administration building lease. But from a above the line cost, we're fairly close to breaking even if you take out our rental cost.
Well, if I didn't have to pay for my gas, my hydro, and all that, I'd have a pretty good life too. But it's around 500,000 from the levy.
That's correct, about 500,000.
And in theory, since bylaw collected 213, that goes back into the levy in a different pot too, or is that?
That's correct. Through the chair, I believe it was. That's in table 3, which is about 213,000. Correct.
So we're really only costing the taxpayer 300,000, not 500,000. So
correct.
Somehow that's good. I don't know.
Councillor Van Der
But the principle here is you can't just let people break the rules all over and the laws without a consequence. And I understand your point, I totally do, but I just don't want to see the county end up in chaos.
I think if you get back to Councillor Verey's point, if we got that last 2 out of 10, that would put us over what, like we might even break even if we collected all the money, right?
Just no other questions. I see the other day our bylaw officer started ticketing downtown, and he made us lots of money that day. I know. I think I don't know what the amount was, but I think there was a substantial amount of parking tickets. So will that fall under your jurisdiction over in POA eventually, or?
Through the chair. So in a way, yes. So parking tickets, I believe, have 60 days, or the individuals have 60 days to address their ticket. They can make payment through Service Norfolk. Once it passes that 60-day mark, it gets transferred over to POA for enforcement. So that would include any of the licenses or plate denials or any of the other enforcement mechanisms that we look at. So in terms of Part 2 items, which is parking tickets, we processed 622 in 2024 that were transferred over to our operations for collections.
So if we get photo radar going, we'll make more money, right? Anyways, having said that, I was on page 8 of 9, and I see where it costs us $572,000 to operate, and we made $92,000. And I think I read also that was after the bylaws portion was removed, was it not? Am I correct on that?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Okay, any further questions from committee? Seeing none, the motion we have is in front of you on the screen. Pretty straightforward. I receive as information. Can I have a mover? Mayor Martin, seconded by Councillor Verey. All those in favor? That is carried. It's the glare off the water behind them. I can't see it. 8.4.4, the Connecting Link Funding, James Street, Delhi, CS 25-033. And Jared, do you have that one?
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Council. I'm here with another good news story. Norfolk County was recently notified that it was successful under Connecting Links Intake 10 to the tune of $2.4 million. The report in front of you is simply to formalize the next steps required in order to accept our funds. If you remember, back in October, Council endorsed the application for the reconstruction of James Street from Crozier to Wilson. After that meeting, we completed an application along with our friends in engineering and GIS, as always. And we learned the good news last month. The engineering is expected to be awarded shortly after the approval of this report, with shovels in the ground next year's construction season. As you may remember, Connecting Links is a 90% grant program, so there's a small portion that the county will be funding, along with the ineligible portion for the underground water wastewater works. So there's an amendment on this report as well to accelerate this project into the approved capital plan, but the county's reserves are sufficient to handle the county's portion of this, and the 2.4 million surely makes it more digestible. I'm here for any questions, and I'll vacate the seat if there are any technical ones for our Director of Engineering. Thank you.
Questions from committee? Mayor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wondered if you recall the number of housing units this will unlock.
Through the chair, we currently have 2 applications on the go for the same area, one being to the housing enabling core servicing stream, which we learned we were approved for last month, and that hit council agenda. That was for approximately 400 units.
But this is the road for that subdivision, correct?
Through the chair, it's an adjacent road, so we have 2 works going on. This is on James Street from Crozier to Wilson, and the other application was on Crozier Street itself, both of which effectively service the same subdivisions.
Okay, thank you. So 400.
Yes, 400. There's obviously additional draft plans in the area that will likely be using the roads as well.
Great.
The golf course.
Thank you.
Councillor Duthie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate this good news story. I just have a quick question for the
Mike, could you speak up to the mic, Alan?
Yeah, doing my best.
Thank you.
This question, I think, for EIS. I feel like the good people of Delhi continue that up every summer. And certainly this is good news and brings development and revenue, so that's all great. Is there many more projects that are coming down the pipe the next few years that are roadworks for Delhi?
Through the chair, I think this is the last phase of the James Street work. Darnell's walking up to the mic to provide more detail, but there are certainly a number of other projects that will be going on in Delhi as part of our 10-year capital plan, but I think this is the last big stretch on the James Street extension.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Duthie's question, yes, there are other projects slated for the Delhi area. I believe there's Waverly and Peel, and another little side street over near the Waverly subdivision, which would certainly have some impact on this project. We may need to move those work schedules out a bit, because that's an awful lot of work landing in the same area. I'm not sure if that's the question you're getting at, but there certainly are more works on roads adjacent to and near to this area planned for 2026-27 as well.
Thanks. That is somewhat helpful. Every time I drive through Delhi, I feel like I'm seeing road construction for the last several years, and that's a lot for that community. So thanks for your comments.
Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'll tell you, the residents of Delhi and all of Norfolk County that traverse that James Street are really happy that this project is being moved up from 2027 to 2026, with engineering taking place this year. So I want to thank Darnell and the finance team for putting it forward. And one time there was a road study done. There's 10,000 vehicles a day traverse James Street, the 4-lane highway through Delhi. So as a matter of fact, the conditions of this road, the northbound outside lane, has been so bad in the last few weeks that they've actually had to put pylons up and make it a 3-lane highway instead of a 4-lane. That's how bad it is. So it's really important that this surface and infrastructure total gets finally repaired, and it will put the final phase in completion for James Street reconstruction. And just to mention, I don't know whether this helped or not. I think staff did the most of it, but the Minister of Transportation you get his name, Mr. Sarkaria, came to Delhi back in the summer for another issue. And at that time, I did point out to he and his staff the condition of the road. So when they went on to the next property, I hope they had a good look at it, and I hope that helped move things along as well. I know Mayor Martin was there as well. Thank you. And Councillor Van Passen was there too.
Okay. Any further questions? Seeing none. We have a large motion, as you can see on the screen, if you want a second to read it. And I'd like a mover, Mayor Martin, and a seconder, Councillor Columbus. Are there any further questions? See all those in favor. That is carried. Community Development, nothing. Office of the Chief Administrative Officer. Al, you have the floor. Friday the 13th. No, sorry, Gord, I guess is going to deal with it. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to council, the report we have set aside for tonight is looking for council's approval to amend the existing road closures for the Friday the 13th bike rally. We've worked with staff and our emergency services partners and have reviewed the current road closures and traffic configurations for this event, and we provided some recommendations aimed at reducing risks to the participants of the event and to the county within this report. I can take you to the top of page 3, or the 3 specific proposed changes. These changes included our St. George Street from Dover Ave to Walker Street. The recommendation is to be closed to traffic with the exceptions of motorcycles, emergency services vehicles, and municipal vehicles. Walker Street from the dead end to St. Andrew Street be closed to traffic with the exceptions of motorcycles, emergency services, and municipal vehicles. And as well as number 3, St. Andrew Street. Now we need to make a correction to this. I just noticed that we're looking for this approval for closure from Clinton Street to Clifford on St. Andrew with the same restrictions of emergency vehicles and motorcycles and municipal vehicles only. These proposed changes are considered to limit the number of passenger and other vehicles that are traveling through the core Port Dover, which is going to allow safer passage for motorcycles. This is a motorcycle event, and we're having a lot of cars that are being intermingled into that traffic flow. This arrangement also allows for more efficient traffic flow and allow emergency vehicles and other necessary county vehicles to get through the loop. We're seeing things like, an hour and a half, 2 hours to drive St. George across up to St. Andrew and back because of significant traffic of vehicles just there doing day trips or whatever their business is there. We'll be marking with detour routes clearly so that anyone that needs to get through the town will have opportunities to do that. And if not, they can they'll be shuttled or moved around into areas of the town that they can park and walk to the downtown core. So these additional road closures will allow for more efficient management of traffic congestion and provide a safer environment for all of our Friday the 13th attendees. So with that, staff recommend the approval of the proposed changes and road closures and traffic flow plan to increase the level of protection and safety to the participants for future Friday the 13th events. This is going to be a big event coming up in June of this year. So our staff and planning committee has been working quite diligently on reviewing our past events and being prepared for the next one coming up in June. So with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Questions for Chief Stillwell? Mayor Martin.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Through you to Chief. Thanks for bringing this report forward. As I recall, we made amendments on the last Friday the 13th to parking on Main Street specifically, so that we were able to use that as an example, monitor the changes, and then dig into it for this specific event, as this is an on-season, peak season event. So I guess, what are your comments about some of those changes? Because it appears to me, unless I'm wrong, that there is no bike parking on Main Street at all, unless, sorry, the street is just closed, but there's no bike traffic on it at all, but there will be bike parking until Chapman. And then at Chapman, down all the way to Walker Street includes space for vendors. Whereas last year, that was a change that we put in, but I don't believe vendors went all the way down. We also allowed bike parking on Clinton Street and in the lot that was formerly the Norfolk Tavern, but that also saw a bunch of cars in it. So I guess that's a long-winded way of asking you to confirm where the bikes are parking for this year, and confirm any vendor space usage, if you anticipate we'll be using all of that space or just a portion of it.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair to Mayor Martin. So as far as the bike parking on Main Street, it's the same as it was for the last event. The motorcycle parking on Clinton will be the same, and if the municipal lot, which I believe is still available, it'll be available for motorcycle parking as well.
Will we be towing vehicles in the no parking zones?
That, I would say yes, bylaw's not here, but that is the intent of this.
I noticed that was a big concern last time. There was a vehicle parked in some high traffic area that was left. I think it was a vendor that unpacked, or security maybe for a beer tent. And then there were a lot of cars as well in the Norfolk parking lot, which was meant for bikes.
Correct.
So I would hope so.
Yes, and we've had those conversations, as well as we had some concerns with the last event of people setting up before the bylaw comes in, because there's vendors setting up on live lanes of traffic in the middle of the day, and it creates a hazard. So there has been those conversations at the table with our planning committee to mitigate that, with bylaw being there at different times than they have been in the past.
Okay. I suppose my last comment that I'll try to phrase as a question is that I just don't see the same safety argument being viable by not allowing some of the bikes on Main Street when they are parking, on both sides of Main Street, at the top of Main Street, when they're parking on both sides of the street on St. Andrew or St. George. For me, the bigger concern over the last few years has been the vehicular traffic through the roads, through the main drag, through Walker Street. And it's alarming to see the increased volume of cars driving through what is intended for motorcycles only. Yet our focus remains on where the bikes can and cannot park on Main Street, despite the fact that they can park everywhere else. And we've been criticized heavily when council changed the parking plan to try to increase safety measures. But the reality is that we're not filling the space with vendors in full. I think that there is still a compromise to be found with bike parking on a portion of the street, and I'm not convinced that we found it yet. And I'm running out of excuses to share with the public and reasons to share with the public as to why we haven't solved this. And now here we are approaching the June 2025 event, And I think the hopes are high for this council to put bikes back on Main Street. So I don't know if you have any comments you want to share on that. It's a difficult argument for me to continue to defend when there are bikes everywhere else, and I fundamentally believe there is a compromise to be found with the Main Street part.
Thank you, through the chair to Mayor Martin. So there's, one of the portions is having the vehicle or the motorcycles and pedestrians commingling on Main Street. That seems to be the concentrated area of the event. With the last event, what we found out, having bikes parked on that section of Main Street, it completely blocked our access for EMS to get in there at some points during the day. They just physically couldn't get in there because bikes are driving in and out at the same time, too wide, and they just didn't have an ability to get their golf carts. They couldn't get a golf cart down there, let alone an ambulance. The second factor that we consider is that downtown core is so tightly, like it's dense. If we have fires down there, having all, additional bikes more and more, there's no areas to move and maneuver around through there. And our third serious consideration is that, if we're allowing bikes, a large portion going in and out, we also open ourselves up to risks of some of the issues that we've talked about in the past with unauthorized vehicles getting in through the barricades and causing some sort of intentionally physically hurting people with a vehicle. So we're trying to balance all of those together to create an enjoyable experience and keep people safe at the same time.
That's it? Any further questions from committee? Are you moving that, Mayor Martin? Oh, you got another question. Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too have those same concerns, but does it hurt to pass this bylaw? I'm sure we'll get updates as we get closer to June from the PD13 committee and from our staff, and if we can tweak it, we can always tweak it, but at least this sets out the basis of the concept, and we can always add a few more parking spaces if need be, but I'd hate to get caught where we didn't pass it in time because, our meeting cycles are our meeting cycles, and I would move it to get it done now, and we can always amend it later. That would be easier than not doing it at all. So I'll move this motion, the staff recommendation. So.
Councillor Very.
Excuse me, I have a question. I don't want to second this yet. Well, no, I'll second it for the sake of, so I can ask my question.
Ask your question.
Okay, seconded. Here's my question. So if we come up with an idea, so there's I think we got a meeting March 24th or something, right? Yeah? If we come up with an idea that is a reasonable accommodation, we can always change what we've done today, correct? Al, whoever, clerk?
Somebody answer that?
Yeah, somebody, I don't care who.
So I think through you, Mr. Chair, the resolution on the floor is to prepare the necessary bylaws, so we'll have chance to either change the bylaw before it's before council or amend it if it's already been approved.
Okay, because that's, I do want to present something at that meeting on the 24th. I'm clearly not ready to present it today. So I don't know what the best thing to do is here. Is do we pass this now or do we wait for that March 24th meeting and see if we can get something done and just sort of put this on the, what's the easier thing to do? Pass it today or wait for that and then change it later? Or wait for that March 24th and then pass it after that, at least that first planning meeting has happened? What's the better way to go?
Through you, Mr. Chair, so I'm looking at the CAO and he says if we pass the resolution today, it's probably the best approach. And then we'll be preparing the bylaw based on these recommendations, and it can always be amended in the future prior to Friday the 13th, or if something comes out of your meeting on March 24th.
Okay, so my question is, just why? Like, why is it the better to do it today than just to give it a week and a half or whatever? Like, what makes it better?
Through you, Mr. Chair, just so that planning can commence. There's a lot of work that needs to be done. Staff need to start preparing, and if it's just a tweak that's required, that's different than perhaps. It's just easier if we just carry on the way we're suggesting today. And if your committee recommends something different that the team can agree to, and council agrees to make that change, we can certainly make that change relatively quickly.
All right, I guess, fine.
Sorry, are you finished? You seconded the motion, but
I know.
Yeah, is that still?
Yeah, well, let's go. So.
Okay, Councillor Van Passen first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think one of the biggest reasons to put it out there is so that we actually have something in writing so everybody can tell us what we're doing wrong. So until we have it there, it's still an idea. If we throw it out there, then we'll get the comments on how to fix it. So, and I think it's only a couple of changes from the last one. It's not drastic, but I think last time I was arguing pretty hard to get the parking on there. But let's get it on before, and then everybody can tell us what's wrong with it. So.
Well, sorry, may I respond to that, Chair?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough, except as we're seeing more and more, it's not a matter of getting it out there and being told that, we got it wrong and here are some helpful suggestions. It's more, get it out there and then everyone tells us why we need to be replaced in a year and a half. So I guess that's where I'm going with this, is that do we want another fist fight, hypothetically, with the public and staff online? Like, is this really something we need to do today where everyone's going to lose their minds and then we're going to maybe change it in 2 weeks anyway? That's kind of where I'm going with this.
Mayor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Two things. I would support the motion on the floor to proceed with the creation of the bylaw under two conditions. Upon the return of the bylaw, hopefully not in May, hopefully with some advance notice, that it is not just listed in the bylaw section, listed on the agenda, make it very transparent and clear, as an item that'll be rediscussed. So no one needs to pull it out or discuss it under bylaws. It'll be clearly identified on the agenda. And the second is under the understanding that I am really leaning towards throwing bike parking back on half of Main Street in the no parking zone, in the vendor only zone. So if that's alarming, scary, more than you had hoped, less than you had hoped, you can work on that in the March 24th group. I don't care what you do with the vendors, if they go back in Powell Park, if they're on one side of the street or not, but in a perfect world, that would be my compromise, to allow traffic through, work on safety concerns, but bring bikes back to Main Street. So those are the two kind of conditions, so there's no surprises. That would be what I would like to see as a potential amendment to the bylaw, depending on what the group says and what Councillor Barry comes up with, and that I want it clearly listed on an agenda for discussion again. And it can just be in the form of the bylaw, that's fine.
Can I ask Mayor Martin, like, if you want these changes, and I certainly don't mind that, I guess if the committee, Adam, that you deals with them, if we just take this motion and add that any further changes be brought back to council at the end. We've got lots of time, have we not? I suspect, are there going to be changes? Do you want?
You're looking at me, are you asking me?
Yeah.
Well, I hope there's going to be changes, yeah. I mean, my hope is to, so I've talked to Devin.
Okay, well,
one second.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping that there are changes. That's why I'm saying if we're going to bring a fundamentally different plan to this meeting, which we're going to, and hope that Gord likes it, I'm definitely doing that on March 24th. So.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, if we pass it today and add a clause on the end that, and any further changes be brought back to council.
Yeah.
You got lots of time. I don't know. Am I wrong on that?
Well, lots is a relative term. That's what I'm kind of, like, that's why I'm sort of hemming and hawing. So we're in March.
Well, you're going to have your meeting, and I assume the things that Mayor Martin had brought up would be dealt with at your meeting, would they not?
I hope so.
Go
I don't
ahead.
know, Doug, Chair, because I don't know what the tone of the meeting is going to be. So certainly I'm going to present something, and Gord, you know what kind of guy Gord is there.
Yeah.
Might just look at it and go no, and not even give me a chance. So we'll see.
Okay, can I ask a simple question, Gord? What the mayor's brought up, and I am certainly no expert on this, like, her changes, can you deal with that at this meeting? Does that give you time?
Through the chair, I think we need to take it back to our committee, and we can deal with it there, and then bring that back to council at a later date.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would say the following, that I think it's unfair to ask Gord to say whether he'd be okay with what's being proposed or not, because he doesn't know what's going to be proposed. I think we've heard, and I'm just going to be frank with everyone, I think we've heard several times that there's a desire to put motorcycles on both sides of Main Street, and I think we've heard from our first responders and those who are responsible for coordinating the event and making sure that it's safe for everyone there, that there's some concerns, and so anything that's going to be proposed, they will look at it through the same lens that they've looked at it in the past, with a recommendation to this council on how to best make it a secure and safe event for everyone attending and everyone who's there. And so it will be with that same lens, but we can certainly look at anything that's being proposed and see whether or not that would be something that would be acceptable to those who are responsible for making sure everything's safe and sound.
Okay, I have Mayor Martin next.
I have an amendment to the motion that I can propose and see how everyone feels. The first two lines remain the same. The third line, further that council approve the recommended road closures in principle and review the bylaw prior to the council meeting in May, which is May 20th. That just affirms that this discussion will be back before us. Staff have the ability to go create and work on the bylaw, and that, 99% of this looks good to council. However, we know that Councillor Berry will be at a meeting next week, and that will give Gord time to digest and consider.
Okay, sorry?
Can I just make a suggestion to that through you, Mr. Chair? I'm thinking if we're going to wait till May, that's going to be probably too late for the June. If Councillor Berry through his committee is going to have some recommendations as early as in the next week or two, then I would suggest we bring the report back to council for consideration next month, so that if council does want to go in a different direction, we have enough time to be prepared and have all the necessarily time that we're going to require.
Okay, sorry, Councillor Van Aration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. And at the end of the day, I want to make sure, though, that safety is the #1 priority. Because at the end of the day, when you look around other places and when large groups gather, it can be very dangerous. So I want to make sure that our ambulances and our first responders can get through those areas. It's all great, but I like the suggestion of maybe half the road, not the full road on both sides. But as long as safety is the #1 priority that you're looking at, Gord, and just because we want to have as many motorcycles up there as possible, but still safety is to me the priority.
Okay, are we near conclusion here yet, or? Sorry, I'll let the clerk read the motion then.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So probably to make our lives easier, and I know that's always council's goal, if we could have Councillor Van Passen and Councillor Berry withdraw their motion and we put the new motion on the floor rather than trying to amend something.
You'll read it? You want to read the new motion? Or?
So if you could rule that that motion's been removed, and then we'll put the new motion on the floor, Mr. Chair. So that one's been removed. So the new motion that is now before the committee is that CAO 25-034, Friday the 13th road closures be received as information, and that council review the proposed changes to the road closures, and further that council approve the recommended road closures in principle, and will review the bylaw prior to the at the April council meeting.
Everybody understand that? I need a new mover on that. Mayor Martin, seconded. Councillor Van Passen. All those in favor? That is carried. Okay. Moving on. Indigenous Acknowledgement Statement Expansion, CAO-25-028. And I have Tracy as the person presenting this report.
Thank you, and through you. Back in September of 2024, as everyone knows, Council endorsed the reading of the Indigenous Acknowledgement at the beginning of all Council meetings. At that time, staff were directed to bring forward a report outlining potential other official Norfolk County events. So in front of us today are three options that you have. And if anyone has any questions, let me know.
Okay, you've read the report. There are basically three options there. Questions from committee. Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you to staff. As the report says, we began the use of this Indigenous acknowledgement in October of 2024, and so in total, so far, we have used it 5 times. I'm just, before we begin any other discussion, just curious to ask staff, is there any specific rationale for why we are visiting it today after only 5 months of use?
I can certainly start. I think the original, through you, Mr. Chair, I think the original report said that we would return back to council in Q1 of 2025 to discuss other options, whether we just wanted to read the statement in council or did we want to expand the scope of meetings that we would read the statement on.
Okay, thank you. Al, I have in my notes that we were going to do it in Q2. That's the reason for my question. Just curious if there was some other item that I was not aware of or council's not aware of, so that's fine.
Okay. Councillor Van den Rieche.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you very much. And through you, I like option A just because I feel it has value and stresses the importance of the actual statement when it is done just at council. So I'm looking at option number 1, or A, sorry, apologize. A.
Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If anyone recalls our discussion in the September meeting about this topic was that we didn't want to overuse it for fear that would diminish the significance of it. So I certainly take Councillor Van den Riesche's comments, but considering now that I do think option B is maybe a nice, appropriate compromise to using it constantly, which would, I think, diminish the significance of it, and using it, now that we've used it 5 times, it is only once a month that we're using it. So I would be in favor of option B, but obviously I would also be interested in my colleagues' comments on that.
Sorry. Any Councillor Columbus?
Mr. Chairman, if Councillor Van den Rieche put the motion on for option A, I would second that.
Okay. Further, sorry, go ahead.
I'd like to make that a motion.
Okay, Van den Rieche. Columbus. Okay, any further questions from council? Councillor Van Passen.
Well, to answer Councillor Michelli, you wanted to hear some other opinions. I agree that it is special, it is important, and that's why it should be at council meetings alone. like council and committee, it's right in our procedural bylaw, is supposed to be a little more informal and, you know, that kind of thing. So keep it special, keep it important, and read it at council meetings only, and I think that's the right thing to do, so I'll be supporting the motion.
Councillor Duthie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm happy for as is. However, I do just have.
Councillor Duthie, you're gonna have to speak better into the mic. We can't hear you.
Okay, I will. Again, I'll do my best. So, just a question for staff. I'm happy to for the motion to support the motion as it is. But a question: is the statement available on our website or publicly anywhere that has been updated?
Through the chair, I believe it is, but we'll have to double check, and if it's not, we'll make sure it gets up on the website.
Okay.
Thank you. So that would be my only comment. Is I'm happy for it to stay the same. However,
Any other questions from committee? Seeing none, we have a motion from Van Passen, seconded by Van den Rishi, seconded by Columbus, that we go with option A. Are there no further questions? Those in favor? Hands up. Sorry. That is carried. Okay. Good enough. 8.6.3, our future Norfolk 2024 achievements, CAO 25-030. Stephanie, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good afternoon through the chair to the mayor and council. When council approved their strategic plan in April of 2023, staff committed to delivering an annual report to update council on our progress and our key initiatives. The 2024 achievement report before you outlines our 2024 successes according to each of council's priorities and outlines next steps for 2025. When staff brought the 2023 report forward last year, we noted that many of our initiatives were focused on providing a foundation for a successful term through strategy development and service enhancements. In 2024, we built on that foundation by implementing core initiatives and service delivery improvements centered on sustainability, strong collaborative partnerships, expanded customer service programs, and infrastructure and asset improvements. There are numerous examples summarized in the report attachment, and I won't go through all of them for you, but these efforts have positioned Norfolk County for continued success as we move ahead in 2025, and the strategic plan will continue to guide county initiatives and service delivery. Thank you for your attention, and staff are available to answer questions.
Questions from committee? There's nothing on there, nothing there. Seeing none, can I have a motion to, I guess it's a recommendation to receive the report? Moved by Mayor Martin, seconded by Councillor Berry. All those in favor? That is carried. (8.6.4) Fire Department decontamination trailer, CAO report 25-036. Gord, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to council. So this report is a good news story tied to provincial funding that we've received through the oil and gas well grant portion of some funding that was available to us this year for a number of different projects. So the purpose of the report is to seek council's approval to accept funding from the province of Ontario to participate in a collaborative funding opportunity with our neighboring municipalities. And we're looking to purchase a decontamination trailer following successful receipt of provincial funding through the Oil and Gas Well Collaborative Action Plan. Staff are also requesting approval to ensure the timely initiation of the project and to maintain alignment with scheduled outlines in the funding requirements, as well as a single source supply exemption from the purchasing policy to allow us to meet our March 31st date. These, the collaborative money, funding was announced to us like very quickly. The original plan was to have a collaborative purchase agreement with our neighboring municipalities and to buy a couple of decontamination trailers, but then later on the province had provided information that they had more money to provide to us, so 6 municipalities were getting the funding at the same time. So we're just working through that a little bit quicker than we had anticipated. So with this, the funding, there was 2 streams available to us. There was base funding and collaborative funding, and I just kind of explained to you about that. The collaborative municipalities identified building municipal and regional capacity to properly manage and triage incidents and provide gross decontamination opportunities and tools for our staff during large-scale emergency response issues to gas well releases or other hazardous material exposures for our staff. So this trailer would be available to respond across the county and provide us shower abilities, clean and dirty areas so that they can remove any toxic chemicals that they would encounter, as well as it's going to have a storage facility or storage space in the front part of it for large scale, if we have some sort of a mass casualty incident that we have to deal with, we'll be able to deploy this trailer to support staff throughout that. So with that, staff recommend proceeding with the decontamination trailer project, capitalize on approved funding that we've been provided by the province. And also our belief is the ability to single source this will speed up the process and allow us to meet our timelines to receive the funding. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Councillor Van Rishi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. Can you tell me a little bit about the physical size of it? Because I anticipate it will be, of course, for the firefighters and others, but also for the general public if they're in a contaminated area, that they could be decontaminated. So what's the size of that, if I can ask?
Okay, thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Van Rishi. The length of the trailer, overall length of the trailer is 27 feet. So it has shower capabilities of showering 50 people in an hour. So they would come in on one side with dirty clothes on, they go into the shower, come out, and that would be, there would be a stock of inventory of temporary clothes so that they can get on and go out to the hospital.
Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chief, where will the trailer be stored when it's not in use actively at a fire contamination site?
So we're just having a review of where that will be. It'll be at a fire station because it'll be deployed from there, being towed by one of our fire apparatus. So we haven't decided exactly where it's going to go because this is kind of this has been, provided the opportunity to us at the last minute.
Gord, if I may ask a question, the old Centennial Ballpark, you had a fire. I think it used to be hydro and fire department had access to that facility over there. I forget how many acres, but you had a fire building over there or some form of facility that you allowed training for exiting a building or something. I forget. Do you know where I'm talking on off of Hunt Street? Do you still have that?
No, we don't have access to that. There was, sorry, I thought that property, did that not sell?
No, it's a landfill site, but it was converted from a ball diamond to used by hydro or PUC at the time and the fire department.
We were using it, and then that was a storage yard for poles, and at some point we were asked not to use the property. So we haven't used it in probably 5 years, at least 5 years.
Okay, but I'm not aware that it's not our property. It was always county property. Anyways, I guess discussion for another day. Okay. I need a mover, and the motion is on the screen, and it's a long one, so if you want a second to read it, or maybe you have read it, I need a mover and a seconder. Councillor Duthie?
Mr. Chair, I would move that.
Okay. Seconder? Do you have a seconder? Councillor Michelli? Okay. Everybody's had a chance. Okay, all those in favor? And that is carried. So, yep. You're happy? You voted for it? Okay. All right.
Mr. Chair, with your indulgence, I'd like to thank you, Gord, and the firefighters of the Langston Station. We had a significant house fire a couple of nights ago, and I'd like to praise those firefighters that came out, and there was a lot of work there because the fire truck went in front of my house several times, so good on you, and if you would pass that on, our appreciation to them.
Through the chair, certainly will, Councillor Vanadrishi. Thank you for the kind words.
Okay, moving on. Motions. There are no motions. Notices of motion. There are no notices of motion. Other business. Anybody have any other business? See none. Announcements. Are there any announcements? Duthie. Councillor Duthie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just through you, this coming weekend, I believe the first game starts this Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. It is the Marcy Cook Memorial Tournament that takes place here in, it's primarily in Simcoe, but I think also in Waterford. But there are, I believe the tournament is full. There are a number of teams from out of town that are attending, and certainly several Simcoe teams will be participating as well. So wishing them all good luck. And I know this is it's a lot of work for our local organizations, and it's a really big deal. It's a wonderful tournament. They do an excellent job. So best of luck to everybody, and thank you to the organizers.
Thank you. Anything else from anybody? Okay. I guess lunch is here, but I'm going to read the for the late session first, and if you are in favor, we will kind of kill two birds with one stone, if that's appropriate. Okay? All right. We have one late closed session item today. Can I have a mover for the following motion? That committee enter into closed session at 4:58 to discuss an item pursuant to Section 239, 2A, D, and K of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended as subject matter pertains. A, security of property of the municipality or local board, and D, labor relations or employee negotiations, and K, a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board. 2001 C25 S239 2, 2017 C10 Schedule 1 S26. That's it. I need a motion. Somebody. Councillor Berry, seconded by Councillor Michelli. All those in favor? That is carried. Okay. We're good? Yeah, sorry.
Hi, I'm Hannah from the Norfolk County Planning Department. We receive many questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those, like, what types of planning applications are there? There are 4 main types of planning applications for different needs. First, there are minor variances and different types of severances. These are reviewed by Norfolk County's Committee of Adjustment. An example of a minor variance is when a garage is being built closer to a property line or is taller than what is permitted in the zoning bylaw. An example of a consent to sever is creating a new lot to allow for a new house. Second are zoning bylaw and official plan amendments that are considered at council. An example is changing the permission in an urban area to allow for a triplex where a single detached dwelling is permitted. Third are applications that Ontario's Planning Act gives Norfolk County's Planning Department authority to approve. For example, a draft plan of condominium or subdivision, which are types of applications which enable the division of land for future housing. And fourth are applications which rely on approval from another regulator, such as telecommunications towers and hazard land boundary line adjustments. As a resident, when do I need to submit a planning application? For the average homeowner, a planning application may be required if your project does not meet the requirements of the zoning bylaw or official plan, or your property falls under site plan control. The building department will let you know that a planning application is required. If you want to change the boundaries of your lot, create an easement, or create a new lot from your property, you will need to apply for a consent to sever with the planning department. What is a pre-consultation meeting? A pre-consultation meeting is the first step of a planning application and allows staff to clarify the application process and provide a checklist of documents required. A complete application can reduce the time required for review and decision-making. Applications that must undergo a pre-consultation meeting before the application can be submitted include official plan amendments, zoning bylaw amendments, draft plans of subdivision, draft plans of condominium, and site plan applications. A meeting may also be required for certain Committee of Adjustment applications. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842. You can also email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I'm Hannah from the Norfolk County Planning Department. We receive many questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those. A common question is, what is zoning? Zoning is a way of categorizing how land can be used. Norfolk County has identified through its zoning bylaw different land use zones, for example, commercial, agricultural, or residential, what they can be used for, and any required standards, for example, building size and location. Zoning must be maintained by any development or activity that has started from the date the zoning bylaw has been passed by the county. What is the process of changing a zoning bylaw? A common reason that residents are referred to the Planning Department is because their proposal does not meet the current zoning bylaw provisions. If a landowner wants to change the land use from what is permitted in the existing zoning, a change in the zoning bylaw would be required. For example, changing the permission from only a single detached dwelling to expand the permission to build a triplex. This is called a zoning bylaw amendment and it requires council's approval. A planning application known as a minor variance can be submitted for a minor change in the zoning bylaw, such as the height or size of a structure. Minor variances are reviewed by the Committee of Adjustment that is made up of citizen members who are appointed by council. The committee is governed by the Planning Act and holds public meetings to approve applications for minor variances and consents. A minor variance must meet the 4 tests to be approved. 1, the change is minor. 2, the development is desirable for the appropriate use of the land, building, or structure. 3, the change maintains the general intent and purpose of the official plan. And 4, the change maintains the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw. What happens after a decision is made by the Committee of Adjustment? If the committee approves an application, the applicant and anyone else involved is notified. Certain parties can appeal a decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal within a 20-day appeal period. If no appeals are filed, the county issues notice that the decision is final. For minor variances, an applicant can now proceed with the building permit process. For severances, specific conditions must be met within 2 years, or the application will expire and the process will need to restart from the beginning. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We've got a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is a severance? Severance is a planning process to separate a piece of land from an existing lot, generally for the purpose of a new development within a new lot. There are three different common types of severances we receive in Norfolk County. The first one is when a piece of land is separated to create a new parcel of vacant land. For example, a landowner may have a large lot and wish to separate a piece of land from the original lot with the intention to sell the lot to a new owner. In that case, both lots need to comply with existing zoning requirements such as setbacks of any existing or new buildings from the property lines. The second one is a surplus farm dwelling severance. It happens when a landowner purchases additional farmlands and a residence on one of the properties is no longer required for their farming operation. In this case, the owner can sever the piece of land that contains the redundant residential dwelling. And the third kind of severance can be a boundary adjustment between two adjacent properties, where one property owner agrees to transfer a piece of their land to the other owner. There are various reasons we received a boundary adjustment severance, such as to allow additional lands, to accommodate a building construction, or to construct an extended septic system, or to resolve the setback deficiency of an existing lot. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We've got a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is a subdivision? If a landowner would like to divide their property into 3 pieces of land, they can submit a severance application that we explained earlier. Whereas a subdivision application is required when a landowner has a piece of land large enough to divide into more than 3 or 4 individual lots to build new houses or other kind of developments. The subdivision process generally requires a more in-depth review with a longer processing time to ensure that the development meets county's development standards. What is a condominium? A condominium, often known as a condo, is an ownership model where the building or group of buildings is divided into multiple units that are surrounded by common areas for circulation, servicing, or amenities such as parks and open spaces. The common areas are jointly owned and managed by the owners of the units. Residential condominiums are frequently constructed as apartment buildings and townhouses with private roads. Many shopping malls are also commercial condominiums in which the individual retail and office spaces are owned by businesses that occupy them, while the common areas of the mall are collectively owned by these business entities. A condominium corporation is often made up of condo unit owners who manage and operate the condominium complex. What is the difference between a subdivision and a condominium? One of the main differences between a subdivision and a condominium development is who is responsible for providing services such as water, wastewater, and road maintenance after the construction and occupancy of the dwellings or units. In a subdivision, the county takes responsibility for providing these services to individual lots. On the other hand, in a condominium, the county is only responsible to providing services up to the entry point of the development. The condominium is responsible for distributing services and the maintenance to the individual units. How are subdivisions and condominiums approved? To get approval for a subdivision or condominium, the landowner must apply for approval of a draft of the plan that shows how many lots are proposed, the lot size, how the lots will be accessed, including any new roads, and how the lots will be serviced for water and wastewater or other utilities. The planning team will provide guidelines to the landowner on the standards they need to comply with. Examples include road design, tree plantation, fencing requirements, and maintaining a buffer from any existing industrial or commercial sites, etc. Generally, the subdivision applications go to council for a decision, whereas most of the condominium applications are currently approved by the county staff under delegated authority. How are residents informed about a new subdivision? When a draft plan of a subdivision is approved, the neighbors receive an approval notice of the application. The neighbors have 20 days to appeal against the approval or refusal of the draft plan. Once the appeal period has expired, there is still a lot of work that needs to be done by the developer before beginning the construction. An approved draft plan of subdivision does not constitute a legal lot. It is merely a draft plan. Norfolk County must ensure that all lots are appropriately designed and serviceable through a subdivision agreement, and only then can the lots be registered and the owner can apply for a building permit. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We get a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is site plan control? Site plan control is a tool that planners use to evaluate a proposed development to ensure the site features and elements such as walkways, parking areas, and landscapings, and many other technical features meet specific standards. For example, standards may include engineering design, sustainability, and universal accessibility for barrier-free access to the building or within the property. What do I do if I have submitted a permit and I have learned my property is under site plan control? If a property is under a site plan control, the first step is to speak with a planner. A planner will need to learn about what is changing about the lands, which may or may not require a site plan application. What is a site plan waiver? Sometimes the nature of a development is so minor that a site plan application is determined to be unnecessary. In this instance, a site plan control will be waived. If you have learned from a planner that it is appropriate to waive a site plan control, you can submit an application form with any required documents to the planning department to receive a site plan waiver. Do all lands require site plan control? Not all lands require site plan control. For example, single detached dwellings, semi-detached dwellings, and townhouses that are serviced and accessed from a public road. Agricultural activities or farm buildings also do not require a site plan control. Most new commercial, institutional, and industrial developments require a site plan control. A site plan agreement with the landowner may be required to ensure that appropriate standards are maintained during the construction period. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hey Norfolk County! Whether you're a longtime resident, new to the area, or simply visiting, do you know about the many services provided by Norfolk County? As a single-tier municipality, we provide services that our community uses every day, including water and fire protection, curbside garbage and recycling, road and sidewalk maintenance, and so much more. We also provide services needed at unique times in life, such as a marriage or business license, or a dog tag for your new companion. And the unique geographic features in Norfolk County, from farmland and forests to lakes and wetlands, means we also provide specialized services ranging from drainage applications to tree inspections. Wondering how to contact Norfolk County? Start with Service Norfolk. Our friendly team of agents is here to help. Reach us by phone at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk from 8:30 to 4:30, Monday to Friday. Calling about an issue after hours? No problem. We have you covered. Prefer online? Email askus@norfolkcounty.ca anytime, or use our customer service portal at service.norfolkcounty.ca and get a reply right to your email inbox. Want to visit us in person? Come to one of our friendly customer service counters in Simcoe, Monday to Friday, or Delhi, Tuesday to Thursday. Service Norfolk, connecting you to Norfolk County services.
Deputations are a way for you and all residents of Norfolk County to speak before Council about relevant matters in our community. To begin, search www.norfolkcounty.ca. Then select the Government tab. Under the Government tab, select Provide Deputation / Speak at a Council or Committee Meeting. This page provides general information regarding deputations. Under the subheading Register to Speak, click the Public Hearing / Deputation Form link to pre-register your deputation. Notice of Collection. By checking the Notice of Collection box, you are agreeing to the above statement. Selecting the type of meeting you want. There are several types of meetings that allow deputations. Please listen closely as we explain each option. Council meeting. Council deputations must pertain to a matter listed on the upcoming meeting agenda. For the remaining meeting choices, you may present a deputation if the topic pertains to the committee you are presenting to. Once you select the type of meeting you want to deliver your deputation, you can complete the rest of the document. Now choose whether you will attend the meeting in person or virtually. Finally, select if you will be providing materials during your deputation. If you have materials for distribution during the council meeting, please bring 15 hard copies for council and staff. Now click Next to move to Step 2. In Step 2, please fill out your personal information. Once your personal information is completed, click Next. Lastly, review your information and select Next to submit your form. You have now completed the deputation request form. You will receive a confirmation email from the Clerk's Department that they've received your request. Next, we will talk about what to do on the day of your deputation.
So, you've received your approval and the day of your deputation is upon you. For starters, council is located here, at 50 Colburn Street. Now there's two entrances you can use when you arrive. One is here, located off Colburn, and one located off Talbot Street. When you arrive, you'll have three main options to park. The first is to park at the Simcoe Town Center Mall, which is where Food Basics is located. Your second option is 2-hour street parking on Court Street. And your third option is 2-hour street parking on Lott Street. If you can't find any parking in any of those three options, don't worry. Downtown Simcoe has plenty of street parking in all of the surrounding areas. If you enter through the Colburn Street doors, you'll have to make your way through the building to get to council chambers. But don't worry, if you require any assistance, you can feel free to ask Service Norfolk at the front desk. Make your way along this path and you'll end up in the main lobby. To your left, there'll be an elevator. You can either ring the bell or go ask the people at the front desk for assistance. If you don't need to use the elevator, you can head on up the green staircase and go up to council chambers. If you enter through the Talbot Street doors, the elevator will be immediately in front of you, or the green staircase will be ready for you to go up and deliver your presentation. Once you reach the top of the stairs, you'll have made it to council chambers. Feel free to take a seat here or here and wait for council to call your name when it's time to present. When council calls your name, make your way to the podium and ensure that you don't walk between the railing and the chairs on your way there. When you arrive at the podium, adjust it to your desired height using the arrow buttons and turn the microphone on using the button on the right. If you're giving your deputation in front of council, begin by saying, through the mayor. If you're giving it in front of a committee, begin by saying, through the chair. Then, clearly state your name and address, and you'll have 5 minutes to give your presentation. Upon having 1 minute remaining, the chair will give you notice. When you're finished your presentation, council may have questions for you. Ensure that you always begin your answer by saying, through the mayor, or through the chair to councillor, and their last name. If you can't answer the question, that's okay. Inform council that you'll gather more information and get back to them. After that, council will have heard out what you've had to say, and they'll take appropriate action as they deem necessary. And now, you've finished your deputation. You can either have a seat and watch the rest of the meeting, or you can leave through the door that you came in and ensure that you leave as quietly as possible.
Hey Norfolk County, did you know that Ride Norfolk is now on demand? This means you can schedule Norfolk's public transit service to pick you up for appointments, shopping, school, or work. Ride Norfolk has partnered with Blaze Transit to offer on-demand pickups at all 95 stops across Norfolk, including this one. I booked my trip earlier today and my bus is here right on time. Since there are no fixed local schedules, you can easily book Ride Norfolk over the phone, online, or on the Blaze Transit app from your smartphone. Thanks, Charlie.
You're welcome.
Ride Norfolk's customer service team can help answer any questions you may have, get you started with the app, or book your next ride. By moving to on-demand, Ride Norfolk is helping more residents get where they need to go. To learn more, visit norfolkcounty.ca/transit.
Hi, I'm Dave. I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's water treatment facility. Here in Port Rowan, the water treatment process starts by pumping water from Lake Erie up into the water treatment facility. Back in the treatment facility, I inspect large clarification tanks where the lake water enters the plant. Here we add coagulant, a chemical that attracts dirt particles together. These form into larger particles called flock, which eventually sinks and is sent to waste. Next, the water enters the filtration system where any remaining dirt particles are trapped by the filters. The water is then chlorinated and sent into a 113 cubic meter underground storage chamber. The water is then taken to the granular activated carbon filters that work like supersized 10,000-pound Brita filters to remove taste and odor. The final step is disinfection, which includes UV and a final dose of chlorine, ensuring safe, potable drinking water. Water testing is an important part of the job. Throughout the day, we take water samples at different stages of the process, up to 9 tests depending on the treatment facility. As a Norfolk resident myself, I am proud to serve the community I live in. Thanks for joining me in this behind-the-scenes tour.
Hi, I'm Marissa, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's waste and recycling operations. Here at the transfer station in Simcoe, residents can bring a variety of waste materials for disposal. Norfolk operates 2 transfer stations, welcoming about 27,000 customers every year, and accepts material ranging from bulky items, wood, metal, and yard waste. Norfolk also provides curbside waste programs. Recycling from your home arrives at this facility where it is manually sorted by the type of material. You can see why it's important to separate materials into the correct bin, rinse recyclables, and remove items from bags. This facility processes 4,600 metric tons per year. That's equal to about 20 tons per day. Once items are sorted by material type, they are baled and ready to be shipped across North America to be made into new material. About 8 to 10% of the material that arrives here shouldn't have been put in the recycling bin. Residents can use our Recycle Coach app to confirm if an item can be recycled. After seeing how waste is handled, I hope this video helps show why rinsing and sorting your recyclables are important steps in the recycling process. As a Norfolk County employee, I am proud to serve the community I was raised in. Thanks for joining me on this behind-the-scenes tour.
Hey Norfolk County, whether you're a longtime resident, new to the area, or simply visiting, do you know about the many services provided by Norfolk County? As a single-tier municipality, we provide services that our community uses every day, including water and fire protection, curbside garbage and recycling, road and sidewalk maintenance, and so much more. We also provide services needed at unique times in life, such as a marriage or business license, or a dog tag for your new companion. And the unique geographic features in Norfolk County, from farmland and forests to lakes and wetlands, means we also provide specialized services ranging from drainage applications to tree inspections. Wondering how to contact Norfolk County? Start with Service Norfolk. Our friendly team of agents is here to help. Reach us by phone at 519-426-5870 or 226-NORFOLK from 8:30 to 4:30, Monday to Friday. Calling about an issue after hours? No problem. We have you covered. Prefer online? Email askus@norfolkcounty.ca anytime, or use our customer service portal at service.norfolkcounty.ca and get a reply right to your email inbox. Want to visit us in person? Come to one of our friendly customer service counters in Simcoe, Monday to Friday, or Delhi, Tuesday to Thursday. Service Norfolk, connecting you to Norfolk County services.
Norfolk County, my name is Anna and I'm here to share some water safety tips to keep you and your family safe around the water. Knowing how to swim is a life skill and an essential part of staying safe and having fun. Swimming lessons are the best way to learn essential swim survival skills to recover from a fall into deep water. Think you're too old for lessons? There are programs designed for teens and adults as well. With so many lakes and rivers, Canadians of all ages are avid boaters. Always wear a life jacket, it could save your life. Never swim alone, regardless of age and skill level. Always swim with a buddy. A buddy can throw you a buoyant aid if you get into trouble. When possible, wade into unknown waters to prevent injury. Backyard pools are a great place to make family memories. But remember, if you are not within arm's reach of your child in and around the water, then you've gone too far. Drowning can occur in as little as 10 seconds and it is silent. Every drowning death is preventable. Take time to educate yourself and those around you to ensure you're staying safe and having fun around the water. For more information, visit norfolkcounty.ca/watersafety.
Soon after, members of council and I took our seats right here in council chambers last November, we began to plan the direction we'd like to see Norfolk County take over the next 4 years and beyond. A direction that builds on our strengths and sets a strong foundation in place for future generations. We looked outward to the people of Norfolk for input. We listened to you, the valued members of our community, from our sandy lake shores, our vibrant downtowns, our picturesque countryside, and our bountiful farmland. We engaged leaders from local businesses and community agencies. We gathered ideas from our team across the county. Based on what we've heard, we created Our Future Norfolk, a set of priorities that focuses on 5 key areas: empowering Norfolk, building Norfolk, connecting Norfolk, serving Norfolk, and sustaining Norfolk. These priorities, along with the initiatives and activities that drive them, will guide council and staff as we work together to serve you and all of the members of our community over the next 4 years. On behalf of Norfolk County Council and staff, we invite you to check out our website at norfolkcounty.ca/Our Future Norfolk and return frequently to learn more about our path to a vibrant and strong future for all of us, now and in the years to come.
Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We get a lot of questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those. The first big question is, what is the official plan? Norfolk County's official plan describes Council's policy on how lands in our community should be used, managed, and developed. It is prepared with community input and helps to ensure the future planning and development will meet the specific needs of our community. An official plan includes issues such as where new housing, industry, offices, and shops will be located, and what services like roads, water mains, sewers, parks, and schools will be needed. It also defines when and in what order our community will grow and outlines community improvement initiatives. The official plan is approved by the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing in Ontario. The current official plan was adopted in 2016 with a goal to manage the growth of this county for the next 20 years. Residents can see Norfolk County official plan on our website at norfolkcounty.ca/official plan. What is a secondary plan? A secondary plan is a more detailed policy document embedded within the official plan to address the growth and development issues unique to a specific area of the county. For example, the lakeshore area in Norfolk County or a particular urban area with defined characteristics can be a secondary plan. As I mentioned, it is a more detailed policy document. It provides directions on where future development will occur, with a guideline on density, road access, infrastructure services, different building types, building heights, or even design guidelines that are compatible to that specific area. In Norfolk County, there is only one secondary plan at this moment, which is the Lakeshore Special Policy Area Secondary Plan. The Port Dover Secondary Plan would be the second plan the county is working on at this moment. What does the land use designation of a property mean? Norfolk County's official plan also identifies how individual land or a group of lands will be used, and this is done by the land use designation. In Norfolk County, a lot of lands have been designated as agricultural. Some areas have been designated as hazard lands because of their specific natural features. An example would be the natural creeks, streams, rivers, or shoreline areas. Some lands have been designated as residential, commercial, or industrial to efficiently manage the growth of specific land use. Each land designation has rules about the kind of development allowed. The official plan uses growth management data to identify where and how much growth will occur in the next 20 years. In accordance with the provincial requirement, Norfolk County reviews and updates these growth areas every 5 years. What is the process of changing an official plan designation? A landowner can request to change the designation of the land through an official plan amendment application. This change requires a public hearing meeting and council's decision. A landowner needs to consult with a planner to get more information about this process and to identify the required documents they must submit. Any official plan amendment needs to conform to the provincial policy statement, which is a planning policy document that affects all municipalities across Ontario. This provincial policy statement is currently under review and may change in the future. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hi, I'm Jacob, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes on a capital project in Norfolk County. We begin planning capital projects by analyzing our infrastructure needs related to roads, water mains, storm and sanitary sewers, as well as bridges. We assess their overall condition, age, and servicing requirements. This provides a solid foundation to ensure Norfolk has the hard infrastructure for current and future needs. Once a project is determined and approved by Council, we retain an engineer to complete the design. During this stage, we engage the public through public information centers or postings on the county website to inform them of the upcoming project and provide an opportunity to share feedback. After the design is completed and all approvals are in place, we hire a contractor through a public bidding process. During the construction phase, we track progress, budget, and continue to engage with the public. We also work with other departments to ensure the overall success of the project. Once complete, we report and track any warranty issues for 2 years. We measure a project's success by its ability to enhance infrastructure and positively impact residents. As a Norfolk County employee, I enjoy building the community that has given me so much. Thank you for taking the time to join me on this behind-the-scenes tour.
We all have the right to feel safe at work, when spending time with friends and family, when participating in activities or attending a public meeting or event. Norfolk County is committed to ensuring our spaces and workplaces are safe. Our respect and responsibility policy outlines the code of conduct for employees, patrons, contractors, volunteers, coaches, and spectators. This code of conduct also applies to phone calls, emails, and virtual and social media platforms. We all play a part in fostering a respectful and safe environment. Inappropriate behaviors such as swearing, name-calling, verbal and physical threats, physical violence, harassment, and vandalism will not be tolerated. Staff have the right to take action when incidents occur. This may include denying service, asking individuals to leave, contacting the police, or, if necessary, suspending them from county programs and facilities. Those responsible for damaging county property will be required to cover the cost of repairs, fees, and lost revenues. We are committed to providing high-quality customer service and a safe and respectful environment for all. For more information about our respect and responsibility policy, visit norfolkcounty.ca/RNR.
Hi, I'm Hannah from the Norfolk County Planning Department. We receive many questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those, like, what types of planning applications are there? There are 4 main types of planning applications for different needs. First, there are minor variances and different types of severances. These are reviewed by Norfolk County's Committee of Adjustment. An example of a minor variance is when a garage is being built closer to a property line or is taller than what is permitted in the zoning bylaw. An example of a consent to sever is creating a new lot to allow for a new house. Second are zoning bylaw and official plan amendments that are considered at council. An example is changing the permission in an urban area to allow for a triplex where a single detached dwelling is permitted. Third are applications that Ontario's Planning Act gives Norfolk County's Planning Department authority to approve. For example, a draft plan of condominium or subdivision, which are types of applications which enable the division of land for future housing. And fourth are applications which rely on approval from another regulator, such as telecommunications towers and hazard land boundary line adjustments. As a resident, when do I need to submit a planning application? For the average homeowner, a planning application may be required if your project does not meet the requirements of the zoning bylaw or official plan, or your property falls under site plan control. The building department will let you know that a planning application is required. If you want to change the boundaries of your lot, create an easement, or create a new lot from your property, you will need to apply for a consent to sever with the planning department. What is a pre-consultation meeting? A pre-consultation meeting is the first step of a planning application and allows staff to clarify the application process and provide a checklist of documents required. A complete application can reduce the time required for review and decision-making. Applications that must undergo a pre-consultation meeting before the application can be submitted include official plan amendments, zoning bylaw amendments, draft plans of subdivision, draft plans of condominium, and site plan applications. A meeting may also be required for certain Committee of Adjustment applications. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842. You can also email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I'm Hannah from the Norfolk County Planning Department. We receive many questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those. A common question is, what is zoning? Zoning is a way of categorizing how land can be used. Norfolk County has identified through its zoning bylaw different land use zones, for example, commercial, agricultural, or residential, what they can be used for, and any required standards, for example, building size and location. Zoning must be maintained by any development or activity that has started from the date the zoning bylaw has been passed by the county. What is the process of changing a zoning bylaw? A common reason that residents are referred to the planning department is because their proposal does not meet the current zoning bylaw provisions. If a landowner wants to change the land use from what is permitted in the existing zoning, a change in the zoning bylaw would be required. For example, changing the permission from only a single detached dwelling to expand the permission to build a triplex. This is called a zoning bylaw amendment and it requires council's approval. A planning application known as a minor variance can be submitted for a minor change in the zoning bylaw, such as the height or size of a structure. Minor variances are reviewed by the Committee of Adjustment that is made up of citizen members who are appointed by council. The committee is governed by the Planning Act and holds public meetings to approve applications for minor variances and consents. A minor variance must meet the 4 tests to be approved. 1, the change is minor. 2, the development is desirable for the appropriate use of the land, building, or structure. 3, the change maintains the general intent and purpose of the official plan. And 4, the change maintains the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw. What happens after a decision is made by the Committee of Adjustment? If the committee approves an application, the applicant and anyone else involved is notified. Certain parties can appeal a decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal within a 20-day appeal period. If no appeals are filed, the county issues notice that the decision is final. For minor variances, an applicant can now proceed with the building permit process. For severances, specific conditions must be met within 2 years, or the application will expire and the process will need to restart from the beginning. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We've got a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is a severance? Severance is a planning process to separate a piece of land from an existing lot, generally for the purpose of a new development within a new lot. There are 3 different common types of severances we receive in Norfolk County. The first one is when a piece of land is separated to create a new parcel of vacant land. For example, a landowner may have a large lot and wish to separate a piece of land from the original lot with the intention to sell the lot to a new owner. In that case, both lots need to comply with existing zoning requirements such as setbacks of any existing or new buildings from the property lines. The second one is a surplus farm dwelling severance. It happens when a landowner purchases additional farmlands and a residence on one of the properties is no longer required for their farming operation. In this case, the owner can sever the piece of land that contains the redundant residential dwelling. And the third kind of severance can be a boundary adjustment between 2 adjacent properties, where one property owner agrees to transfer a piece of their land to the other owner. There are various reasons we received a boundary adjustment severance, such as to allow additional lands, to accommodate a building construction, or to construct an extended septic system, or to resolve the setback deficiency of an existing lot. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We've got a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is a subdivision? If a landowner would like to divide their property into 3 pieces of land, they can submit a severance application that we explained earlier. Whereas a subdivision application is required when a landowner has a piece of land large enough to divide into more than 3 or 4 individual lots to build new houses or other kind of developments. The subdivision process generally requires a more in-depth review with a longer processing time to ensure that the development meets county's development standards. What is a condominium? A condominium, often known as a condo, is an ownership model where the building or group of buildings is divided into multiple units that are surrounded by common areas for circulation, servicing, or amenities such as parks and open spaces. The common areas are jointly owned and managed by the owners of the units. Residential condominiums are frequently constructed as apartment buildings and townhouses with private roads. Many shopping malls are also commercial condominiums in which the individual retail and office spaces are owned by businesses that occupy them, while the common areas of the mall are collectively owned by these business entities. A condominium corporation is often made up of condo unit owners who manage and operate the condominium complex. What is the difference between a subdivision and a condominium? One of the main differences between a subdivision and a condominium development is who is responsible for providing services such as water, wastewater, and road maintenance after the construction and occupancy of the dwellings or units. In a subdivision, the county takes responsibility for providing these services to individual lots. On the other hand, in a condominium, the county is only responsible to providing services up to the entry point of the development. The condominium is responsible for distributing services and the maintenance to the individual units. How are subdivisions and condominiums approved? To get approval for a subdivision or condominium, the landowner must apply for approval of a draft of the plan that shows how many lots are proposed, the lot size, how the lots will be accessed, including any new roads, and how the lots will be serviced for water and wastewater or other utilities. The planning team will provide guidelines to the landowner on the standards they need to comply with. Examples include road design, tree plantation, fencing requirements, and maintaining a buffer from any existing industrial or commercial sites, etc. Generally, the subdivision applications go to council for a decision, whereas most of the condominium applications are currently approved by the county staff under delegated authority. How are residents informed about a new subdivision? When a draft plan of a subdivision is approved, the neighbors receive an approval notice of the application. The neighbors have 20 days to appeal against the approval or refusal of the draft plan. Once the appeal period has expired, there is still a lot of work that needs to be done by the developer before beginning the construction. An approved draft plan of subdivision does not constitute a legal lot. It is merely a draft plan. Norfolk County must ensure that all lots are appropriately designed and serviceable through a subdivision agreement, and only then can the lots be registered and the owner can apply for a building permit. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We get a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is site plan control? Site plan control is a tool that planners use to evaluate a proposed development to ensure the site features and elements such as walkways, parking areas, and landscapings, and many other technical features meet specific standards. For example, standards may include engineering design, sustainability, and universal accessibility for barrier-free access to the building or within the property. What do I do if I have submitted a permit and I have learned my property is under site plan control? If a property is under a site plan control, the first step is to speak with a planner. A planner will need to learn about what is changing about the lands, which may or may not require a site plan application. What is a site plan waiver? Sometimes the nature of a development is so minor that a site plan application is determined to be unnecessary. In this instance, a site plan control will be waived. If you have learned from a planner that it is appropriate to waive a site plan control, you can submit an application form with any required documents to the planning department to receive a site plan waiver. Do all lands require site plan control? Not all lands require site plan control. For example, single detached dwellings, semi-detached dwellings, and townhouses that are serviced and accessed from a public road. Agricultural activities or farm buildings also do not require a site plan control. Most new commercial, institutional, and industrial developments require a site plan control. A site plan agreement with the landowner may be required to ensure that appropriate standards are maintained during the construction period. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hey Norfolk County! Whether you're a longtime resident, new to the area, or simply visiting, do you know about the many services provided by Norfolk County? As a single-tier municipality, we provide services that our community uses every day, including water and fire protection, curbside garbage and recycling, road and sidewalk maintenance, and so much more. We also provide services needed at unique times in life, such as a marriage or business license, or a dog tag for your new companion. And the unique geographic features in Norfolk County, from farmland and forests to lakes and wetlands, means we also provide specialized services ranging from drainage applications to tree inspections. Wondering how to contact Norfolk County? Start with Service Norfolk. Our friendly team of agents is here to help. Reach us by phone at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk from 8:30 to 4:30 Monday to Friday. Calling about an issue after hours? No problem. We have you covered. Prefer online? Email askus@norfolkcounty.ca anytime, or use our customer service portal at service.norfolkcounty.ca and get a reply right to your email inbox. Want to visit us in person? Come to one of our friendly customer service counters in Simcoe, Monday to Friday, or Delhi, Tuesday to Thursday. Service Norfolk, connecting you to Norfolk County services.
Deputations are a way for you and all residents of Norfolk County to speak before council about relevant matters in our community. To begin, search www.norfolkcounty.ca. Then select the Government tab. Under the Government tab, select Provide Deputation/Speak at a Council or Committee Meeting. This page provides general information regarding deputations. Under the subheading Register to Speak, click the Public Hearing/Deputation Form link to pre-register your deputation. Notice of Collection. By checking the Notice of Collection box, you are agreeing to the above statement. Selecting the type of meeting you want. There are several types of meetings that allow deputations. Please listen closely as we explain each option. Council meeting. Council deputations must pertain to a matter listed on the upcoming meeting agenda. For the remaining meeting choices, you may present a deputation if the topic pertains to the committee you are presenting to. Once you select the type of meeting you want to deliver your deputation, you can complete the rest of the document. Now choose whether you will attend the meeting in person or virtually. Finally, select if you will be providing materials during your deputation. If you have materials for distribution during the council meeting, please bring 15 hard copies for council and staff. Now click Next to move to Step 2. In Step 2, please fill out your personal information. Once your personal information is completed, click Next. Lastly, review your information and select Next to submit your form. You have now completed the deputation request form. You will receive a confirmation email from the Clerk's Department that they've received your request. Next, we will talk about what to do on the day of your deputation.
So, you've received your approval and the day of your deputation is upon you. For starters, council is located here, at 50 Colburn Street. Now there's two entrances you can use when you arrive. One is here, located off Colburn, and one located off Talbot Street. When you arrive, you'll have three main options to park. The first is to park at the Simcoe Town Center Mall, which is where Food Basics is located. Your second option is 2-hour street parking on Court Street. And your third option is 2-hour street parking on Lott Street. If you can't find any parking in any of those three options, don't worry. Downtown Simcoe has plenty of street parking in all of the surrounding areas. If you enter through the Colburn Street doors, you'll have to make your way through the building to get to council chambers. But don't worry, if you require any assistance, you can feel free to ask Service Norfolk at the front desk. Make your way along this path and you'll end up in the main lobby. To your left, there'll be an elevator. You can either ring the bell or go ask the people at the front desk for assistance. If you don't need to use the elevator, you can head on up the green staircase and go up to council chambers. If you enter through the Talbot Street doors, the elevator will be immediately in front of you, or the green staircase will be ready for you to go up and deliver your presentation. Once you reach the top of the stairs, you'll have made it to council chambers. Feel free to take a seat here or here and wait for council to call your name when it's time to present. When council calls your name, make your way to the podium and ensure that you don't walk between the railing and the chairs on your way there. When you arrive at the podium, adjust it to your desired height using the arrow buttons and turn the microphone on using the button on the right. If you're giving your deputation in front of council, begin by saying, through the mayor. If you're giving it in front of a committee, begin by saying, through the chair. Then, clearly state your name and address, and you'll have 5 minutes to give your presentation. Upon having 1 minute remaining, the chair will give you notice. When you're finished your presentation, council may have questions for you. Ensure that you always begin your answer by saying, through the mayor, or through the chair to councilor, and their last name. If you can't answer the question, that's okay. Inform council that you'll gather more information and get back to them. After that, council will have heard out what you've had to say, and they'll take appropriate action as they deem necessary. And now, you've finished your deputation. You can either have a seat and watch the rest of the meeting, or you can leave through the door that you came in and ensure that you leave as quietly as possible.
Hey Norfolk County, did you know that Ride Norfolk is now on demand? This means you can schedule Norfolk's public transit service to pick you up for appointments, shopping, school, or work. Ride Norfolk has partnered with Blaze Transit to offer on-demand pickups at all 95 stops across Norfolk, including this one. I booked my trip earlier today and my bus is here right on time. Since there are no fixed local schedules, you can easily book Ride Norfolk over the phone, online, or on the Blaze Transit app from your smartphone. Thanks, Charlie.
You're welcome.
Ride Norfolk's customer service team can help answer any questions you may have, get you started with the app, or book your next ride. By moving to on-demand, Ride Norfolk is helping more residents get where they need to go. To learn more, visit norfolkcounty.ca/transit.
Hi, I'm Dave. I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's water treatment facility. Here in Port Rowan, the water treatment process starts by pumping water from Lake Erie up into the water treatment facility. Back in the treatment facility, I inspect large clarification tanks where the lake water enters the plant. Here we add coagulant, a chemical that attracts dirt particles together. These form into larger particles called flock, which eventually sinks and is sent to waste. Next, the water enters the filtration system where any remaining dirt particles are trapped by the filters. The water is then chlorinated and sent into a 113 cubic meter underground storage chamber. The water is then taken to the granular activated carbon filters that work like supersized 10,000 pound Brita filters to remove taste and odor. The final step is disinfection, which includes UV and a final dose of chlorine, ensuring safe, potable drinking water. Water testing is an important part of the job. Throughout the day, we take water samples at different stages of the process, up to 9 tests depending on the treatment facility. As a Norfolk resident myself, I am proud to serve the community I live in. Thanks for joining me in this behind-the-scenes tour.
Hi, I'm Marissa, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's waste and recycling operations. Here at the transfer station in Simcoe, residents can bring a variety of waste materials for disposal. Norfolk operates 2 transfer stations, welcoming about 27,000 customers every year, and accepts material ranging from bulky items, wood, metal, and yard waste. Norfolk also provides curbside waste programs. Recycling from your home arrives at this facility where it is manually sorted by the type of material. You can see why it's important to separate materials into the correct bin, rinse recyclables, and remove items from bags. This facility processes 4,600 metric tons per year. That's equal to about 20 tons per day. Once items are sorted by material type, they are baled and ready to be shipped across North America to be made into new material. About 8 to 10% of the material that arrives here shouldn't have been put in the recycling bin. Residents can use our Recycle Coach app to confirm if an item can be recycled. After seeing how waste is handled, I hope this video helps show why rinsing and sorting your recyclables are important steps in the recycling process. As a Norfolk County employee, I am proud to serve the community I was raised in. Thanks for joining me on this behind-the-scenes tour.
Hey Norfolk County, whether you're a longtime resident, new to the area, or simply visiting, do you know about the many services provided by Norfolk County? As a single-tier municipality, we provide services that our community uses every day, including water and fire protection, curbside garbage and recycling, road and sidewalk maintenance, and so much more. We also provide services needed at unique times in life, such as a marriage or business license, or a dog tag for your new companion. And the unique geographic features in Norfolk County, from farmland and forests to lakes and wetlands, means we also provide specialized services ranging from drainage applications to tree inspections. Wondering how to contact Norfolk County? Start with Service Norfolk. Our friendly team of agents is here to help. Reach us by phone at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk from 8:30 to 4:30 Monday to Friday. Calling about an issue after hours? No problem. We have you covered. Prefer online? Email askus@norfolkcounty.ca anytime, or use our customer service portal at service.norfolkcounty.ca and get a reply right to your email inbox. Want to visit us in person? Come to one of our friendly customer service counters in Simcoe, Monday to Friday, or Delhi, Tuesday to Thursday. Service Norfolk, connecting you to Norfolk County services.
Hey Norfolk County, my name is Anna and I'm here to share some water safety tips to keep you and your family safe around the water. Knowing how to swim is a life skill and an essential part of staying safe and having fun. Swimming lessons are the best way to learn essential swim survival skills to recover from a fall into deep water. Think you're too old for lessons? There are programs designed for teens and adults as well. With so many lakes and rivers, Canadians of all ages are avid boaters. Always wear a life jacket, it could save your life. Never swim alone, regardless of age and skill level. Always swim with a buddy. A buddy can throw you a buoyant aid if you get into trouble. When possible, wade into unknown waters to prevent injury. Backyard pools are a great place to make family memories. But remember, if you are not within arm's reach of your child in and around the water, then you've gone too far. Drowning can occur in as little as 10 seconds and it is silent. Every drowning death is preventable. Take time to educate yourself and those around you to ensure you're staying safe and having fun around the water. For more information, visit norfolkcounty.ca/watersafety.
Soon after, members of council and I took our seats right here in council chambers last November, we began to plan the direction we'd like to see Norfolk County take over the next 4 years and beyond. A direction that builds on our strengths and sets a strong foundation in place for future generations. We looked outward to the people of Norfolk for input. We listened to you, the valued members of our community, from our sandy lake shores, our vibrant downtowns, our picturesque countryside, and our bountiful farmland. We engaged leaders from local businesses and community agencies. We gathered ideas from our team across the county. Based on what we've heard, we created Our Future Norfolk, a set of priorities that focuses on 5 key areas: empowering Norfolk, building Norfolk, connecting Norfolk, serving Norfolk, and sustaining Norfolk. These priorities, along with the initiatives and activities that drive them, will guide council and staff as we work together to serve you and all of the members of our community over the next 4 years. On behalf of Norfolk County Council and staff, we invite you to check out our website at norfolkcounty.ca/Our Future Norfolk and return frequently to learn more about our path to a vibrant and strong future for all of us, now and in the years to come.
Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We get a lot of questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those. The first big question is, what is the official plan? Norfolk County's official plan describes Council's policy on how lands in our community should be used, managed, and developed. It is prepared with community input and helps to ensure the future planning and development will meet the specific needs of our community. An official plan includes issues such as where new housing, industry, offices, and shops will be located, and what services like roads, water mains, sewers, parks, and schools will be needed. It also defines when and in what order our community will grow and outlines community improvement initiatives. The official plan is approved by the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing in Ontario. The current official plan was adopted in 2016 with a goal to manage the growth of this county for the next 20 years. Residents can see Norfolk County official plan on our website at norfolkcounty.ca/official plan. What is a secondary plan? A secondary plan is a more detailed policy document embedded within the official plan to address the growth and development issues unique to a specific area of the county. For example, the lakeshore area in Norfolk County or a particular urban area with defined characteristics can be a secondary plan. As I mentioned, it is a more detailed policy document. It provides directions on where future development will occur with a guideline on density, road access, infrastructure services, different building types, building heights, or even design guidelines that are compatible to that specific area. In Norfolk County, there is only one secondary plan at this moment, which is the Lakeshore Special Policy Area Secondary Plan. The Port Dover Secondary Plan would be the second plan the county is working on at this moment. What does the land use designation of a property mean? Norfolk County's official plan also identifies how individual land or a group of lands will be used, and this is done by the land use designation. In Norfolk County, a lot of lands have been designated as agricultural. Some areas have been designated as hazard lands because of their specific natural features. An example would be the natural creeks, streams, rivers, or shoreline areas. Some lands have been designated as residential, commercial, or industrial to efficiently manage the growth of specific land use. Each land designation has rules about the kind of development allowed. The official plan uses growth management data to identify where and how much growth will occur in the next 20 years. In accordance with the provincial requirement, Norfolk County reviews and updates these growth areas every 5 years. What is the process of changing an official plan designation? A landowner can request to change the designation of the land through an official plan amendment application. This change requires a public hearing meeting and council's decision. A landowner needs to consult with a planner to get more information about this process and to identify the required documents they must submit. Any official plan amendment needs to conform to the provincial policy statement, which is a planning policy document that affects all municipalities across Ontario. This provincial policy statement is currently under review and may change in the future. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hi, I'm Jacob, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes on a capital project in Norfolk County. We begin planning capital projects by analyzing our infrastructure needs related to roads, water mains, storm and sanitary sewers, as well as bridges. We assess their overall condition, age, and servicing requirements. This provides a solid foundation to ensure Norfolk has the hard infrastructure for current and future needs. Once a project is determined and approved by Council, we retain an engineer to complete the design. During this stage, we engage the public through public information centers or postings on the county website to inform them of the upcoming project and provide an opportunity to share feedback. After the design is completed and all approvals are in place, we hire a contractor through a public bidding process. During the construction phase, we track progress, budget, and continue to engage with the public. We also work with other departments to ensure the overall success of the project. Once complete, we report and track any warranty issues for 2 years. We measure a project's success by its ability to enhance infrastructure and positively impact residents. As a Norfolk County employee, I enjoy building the community that has given me so much. Thank you for taking the time to join me on this behind-the-scenes tour.
We all have the right to feel safe at work, when spending time with friends and family, when participating in activities or attending a public meeting or event. Norfolk County is committed to ensuring our spaces and workplaces are safe. Our respect and responsibility policy outlines the code of conduct for employees, patrons, contractors, volunteers, coaches, and spectators. This code of conduct also applies to phone calls, emails, and virtual and social media platforms. We all play a part in fostering a respectful and safe environment. Inappropriate behaviors such as swearing, name-calling, verbal and physical threats, physical violence, harassment, and vandalism will not be tolerated. Staff have the right to take action when incidents occur. This may include denying service, asking individuals to leave, contacting the police, or, if necessary, suspending them from county programs and facilities. Those responsible for damaging county property will be required to cover the cost of repairs, fees, and lost revenues. We are committed to providing high-quality customer service and a safe and respectful environment for all. For more information about our respect and responsibility policy, visit norfolkcounty.ca/RNR.
Hi, I'm Hannah from the Norfolk County Planning Department. We receive many questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those, like, what types of planning applications are there? There are 4 main types of planning applications for different needs. First, there are minor variances and different types of severances. These are reviewed by Norfolk County's Committee of Adjustment. An example of a minor variance is when a garage is being built closer to a property line or is taller than what is permitted in the zoning bylaw. An example of a consent to sever is creating a new lot to allow for a new house. Second, are zoning bylaw and official plan amendments that are considered at council. An example is changing the permission in an urban area to allow for a triplex where a single detached dwelling is permitted. Third, are applications that Ontario's Planning Act gives Norfolk County's Planning Department authority to approve. For example, a draft plan of condominium or subdivision, which are types of applications which enable the division of land for future housing. And fourth, are applications which rely on approval from another regulator, such as telecommunications towers and hazard land boundary line adjustments. As a resident, when do I need to submit a planning application? For the average homeowner, a planning application may be required if your project does not meet the requirements of the zoning bylaw or official plan, or your property falls under site plan control. The building department will let you know that a planning application is required. If you want to change the boundaries of your lot, create an easement, or create a new lot from your property, you will need to apply for a consent to sever with the planning department. What is a pre-consultation meeting? A pre-consultation meeting is the first step of a planning application and allows staff to clarify the application process and provide a checklist of documents required. A complete application can reduce the time required for review and decision-making. Applications that must undergo a pre-consultation meeting before the application can be submitted include official plan amendments, zoning bylaw amendments, draft plans of subdivision, draft plans of condominium, and site plan applications. A meeting may also be required for certain Committee of Adjustment applications. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842. You can also email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I'm Hannah from the Norfolk County Planning Department. We receive many questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those. A common question is, what is zoning? Zoning is a way of categorizing how land can be used. Norfolk County has identified through its zoning bylaw different land use zones, for example, commercial, agricultural, or residential, what they can be used for, and any required standards, for example, building size and location. Zoning must be maintained by any development or activity that has started from the date the zoning bylaw has been passed by the county. What is the process of changing a zoning bylaw? A common reason that residents are referred to the planning department is because their proposal does not meet the current zoning bylaw provisions. If a landowner wants to change the land use from what is permitted in the existing zoning, a change in the zoning bylaw would be required. For example, changing the permission from only a single detached dwelling to expand the permission to build a triplex. This is called a zoning bylaw amendment and it requires council's approval. A planning application known as a minor variance can be submitted for a minor change in the zoning bylaw, such as the height or size of a structure. Minor variances are reviewed by the Committee of Adjustment that is made up of citizen members who are appointed by council. The committee is governed by the Planning Act and holds public meetings to approve applications for minor variances and consents. A minor variance must meet the 4 tests to be approved. 1. The change is minor. 2. The development is desirable for the appropriate use of the land, building, or structure. 3. The change maintains the general intent and purpose of the official plan. And 4. The change maintains the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw. What happens after a decision is made by the Committee of Adjustment? If the committee approves an application, the applicant and anyone else involved is notified. Certain parties can appeal a decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal within a 20-day appeal period. If no appeals are filed, the county issues notice that the decision is final. For minor variances, an applicant can now proceed with the building permit process. For severances, specific conditions must be met within 2 years, or the application will expire and the process will need to restart from the beginning. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We've got a lot of questions here and this video series will answer some of those. What is a severance? Severance is a planning process to separate a piece of land from an existing lot, generally for the purpose of a new development within a new lot. There are 3 different common types of severances we receive in Norfolk County. The first one is when a piece of land is separated to create a new parcel of vacant land. For example, a landowner may have a large lot and wish to separate a piece of land from the original lot with the intention to sell the lot to a new owner. In that case, both lots need to comply with existing zoning requirements such as setbacks of any existing or new buildings from the property lines. The second one is a surplus farm dwelling severance. It happens when a landowner purchases additional farmlands and a residence on one of the properties is no longer required for their farming operation. In this case, the owner can sever the piece of land that contains the redundant residential dwelling. And the third kind of severance can be a boundary adjustment between 2 adjacent properties, where one property owner agrees to transfer a piece of their land to the other owner. There are various reasons we received a boundary adjustment severance, such as to allow additional lands, to accommodate a building construction, or to construct an extended septic system, or to resolve the setback deficiency of an existing lot. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We've got a lot of questions here and this video series will answer some of those. What is a subdivision? If a landowner would like to divide their property into 3 pieces of land, they can submit a severance application that we explained earlier. Whereas a subdivision application is required when a landowner has a piece of land large enough to divide into more than 3 or 4 individual lots to build new houses or other kind of developments. The subdivision process generally requires a more in-depth review with a longer processing time to ensure that the development meets county's development standards. What is a condominium? A condominium, often known as a condo, is an ownership model where the building or group of buildings is divided into multiple units that are surrounded by common areas for circulation, servicing, or amenities such as parks and open spaces. The common areas are jointly owned and managed by the owners of the units. Residential condominiums are frequently constructed as apartment buildings and townhouses with private roads. Many shopping malls are also commercial condominiums in which the individual retail and office spaces are owned by businesses that occupy them, while the common areas of the mall are collectively owned by these business entities. A condominium corporation is often made up of condo unit owners who manage and operate the condominium complex. What is the difference between a subdivision and a condominium? One of the main differences between a subdivision and a condominium development is who is responsible for providing services such as water, wastewater, and road maintenance after the construction and occupancy of the dwellings or units. In a subdivision, the county takes responsibility for providing these services to individual lots. On the other hand, in a condominium, the county is only responsible to providing services up to the entry point of the development. The condominium is responsible for distributing services and the maintenance to the individual units. How are subdivisions and condominiums approved? To get approval for a subdivision or condominium, the landowner must apply for approval of a draft of the plan that shows how many lots are proposed, the lot size, how the lots will be accessed, including any new roads, and how the lots will be serviced for water and wastewater or other utilities. The planning team will provide guidelines to the landowner on the standards they need to comply with. Examples include road design, tree plantation, fencing requirements, and maintaining a buffer from any existing industrial or commercial sites, etc. Generally, the subdivision applications go to council for a decision, whereas most of the condominium applications are currently approved by the county staff under delegated authority. How are residents informed about a new subdivision? When a draft plan of a subdivision is approved, the neighbors receive an approval notice of the application. The neighbors have 20 days to appeal against the approval or refusal of the draft plan. Once the appeal period has expired, there is still a lot of work that needs to be done by the developer before beginning the construction. An approved draft plan of subdivision does not constitute a legal lot. It is merely a draft plan. Norfolk County must ensure that all lots are appropriately designed and serviceable through a subdivision agreement, and only then can the lots be
Okay, who's missing? Chris and, have we got enough? Okay. All right, can I have a motion to reconvene at 6:23? And a motion to, I guess, well, sorry, we'll ask the clerk to read the motion from in camera.
So, sorry, Mr. Chair, so the motion to reconvene, just follow through and finish that first. So I think it was moved by Mayor Martin, seconded by Councillor Berry to reconvene.
Okay. All those in favor? That's carried.
Yes, and then thank you. The next part is to report out from our closed sessions. So there was information provided to council. The resolution that we would be looking for is that council provided direction to staff.
Need a motion, so moved by Mayor Martin, seconded by Councillor Van Den Rishi. All those in favor? That's carried. And I guess now a motion to adjourn. Moved by Councillor Michelli, seconded by Councillor Van Passen. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Thank you.